Hello, everybody. Welcome to another stream tonight, talking about Irish nationalism. Some old familiar topics, let's say, but some new developments I want to talk about. Stuff that I have been mulling over and posting about and talking about, or let's say typing about online for the last few weeks. And I've been intending to get live and sort of flesh it out, let the wine breathe a bit and kind of talk to or speak to it at more length, basically, and actually give my take, because hot takes online are limited and disputed, and you don't really get to say what you're trying to say. So here I am to do so. Good evening, everybody in the chat. Thank you for joining me. I will get to the subject matter. You know what it is already. I have my tea, large bucket of tea, small cup of whiskey, nicotine, pen, paper, phone, some live audience to keep me company. So I'm happy tonight to delve into some of these topics. I hope you are too. What I want to talk about, thank you for the 5x5. What I want to talk about is such a large and not divisive, but disputed and prickly topic that requires such deep lore, and people live in different versions of reality and have different basic takes, because on the world, I mean, the worldviews, people's worldviews can be divergent. On a daily hot take, a simple meme that you consume on Twitter or something, that's one thing. But the type of worldview you have based on years of the information you absorb, your proclivities, can be so different. And so it can be so hard to speak to an audience that to some extent don't get it. And I know a lot of you do. It's like when people look at left-wing people and right-wing people. How could we have such divergent? We can't agree on the given subject because for years we have different worldviews entirely. So it's hard if you're trying to explain a particular instance to that person, or there's so much background that you might disagree with, that it can be difficult. And that's a long-winded way for me to say that the right-wing national populists in the West, there are some different views there, and I'm trying to explain my point of view to them, and they don't really some of them don't seem to get it, and they seem to mischaracterize my takes as I give it, basically. And I find that somewhat. Last Trigel says this live stream is not being sponsored by Rivada Space Networks. Yes, we will get onto that. Anyway, I garble at the start. I always do. Because I want to get into it right naturally and relax. But what I'm actually talking about is even to describe what we're talking about is difficult, right? We have Irish nationalism, Irish populism, right? We have that across the West, obviously, in a lot of countries. People who are against mass immigration, they're against some overkill on the LGBTQ stuff and the social questions, culture wars, all that stuff. We know what that is, right? Right-wing national populism. Bit of a mouthful. Everybody knows what that is by now. You're against immigration, you're against a few things like that. Those are the base issues, and then it can fluctuate as you go. I'm one of those. I'm against mass immigration, the demographic rapid transformation of my country against our will. And I think most people who identify in such a movement agree on that. That's kind of like the core premise. I think basically mass immigration, which is the flagship, the issue, really, most people agree on that. But then there's all sorts of other things. People might talk about abortion, or they might talk about this and that and the other, and have different views, and it can get a bit messy. And there's one particular issue, the question of Zionist influence, and that which is what I'm getting into tonight, which also divides people. I want to talk about that in Ireland, its consequences, its background, all the rest of it, and try to sort of state my case with you tonight about Ireland. I have a theory, and I want to go through it somewhat methodically. So anyway, that's what we're going on about. Chat. Anybody there who wants to dispute my theory as I outline it, feel free to super chat. And that's not me trying to wind money out of people. I'm not sure what the smallest amount you can give is. Feel free to give whatever that is, a couple of euro or something. It's just because it's easier to see at the end and actually pay attention to. If you want to, because I would really welcome that. Actually, it would be a good way of getting to the bottom of it a little bit, and some disagreement. And what else? Of course, share this if you like. So I don't know how long this will be, but we'll just get into it. I want to just kind of get familiar with the chat here, see how everybody is. Emmanuel Godson, Roddy Murray. Roddy Murray, I believe, was in Europe recently. I don't know. I've been semi-following your stuff. Anyway, hi everybody. Dia Eve. What's the crack? So, if you're familiar with my streams, in the last few months, I've been discussing at length this Zionist influence or threat to Irish nationalism, right? I've maybe done 2 or 3 videos on it, maybe 4, something like that, here and there. And let's just sort of go back to the start of my original criticism. I saw a flag in County Waterford / Kilkenny being painted over a Palestine flag on a large rock overlooking a bridge being painted over. And I took issue with that online, and it sort of split people and got people talking. People were for and against it. And I was sort of against it. And I said that it's not a case of disliking foreign flags. It's that sort of stuff stems from potential Zionist influence. And there's more to it than you might believe, right? That was my contention, and some people agreed with me. They sort of saw it my way straight away. Others disagreed for various reasons. And that's where you start with this whole background question of, like, how can you speak to the different people? How can you unpack it and get to it? And I know I keep saying that, and I know it might be frustrating you if you're watching. It's just such a complex subject. My contention that there's Zionist influence at some level behind this, and here's why I'm not comfortable with it. And it was a bit of a loose theory, in a sense that people could say, well, I see a Palestine flag. It's a foreign flag. That flag is commonly associated with left-wing, uber-progressive, anti-nationalism, pro-open borders, convincing children to become transgender. I see it as associated with that. So to paint over that, it's a foreign flag, and it also is associated with an ideology that we don't like. So doesn't it just make sense? And I was trying to say, well, on the face of it, it would look like that, but it's actually not. And I had my spiel on that. Now, there are some other things to outline as well. And I just have to be clear, is that when I say it's sort of like a covert operation from behind the scenes, people sometimes get very offended and think I'm criticizing everyone of being some sort of operative, some sort of a CIA agent or Mossad agent. And again, that is a straw man in a way, because I'm not at all saying that. These things are very complex and they don't operate like that. So that's just one thing I'm not saying. Other people say it's needlessly divisive. Why bring it up? Just focus on grassroots politics and stay in your lane and just do your thing and all of this. I want to try and go through all of that and sort of explain why I feel it's necessary to bring up, and how I sort of got here. So, yeah, I suppose let's just start maybe with the theory, right? I'll go back a little bit. My long-term observation. Actually, no, let's go all the way back, right? I began in this stuff. This is the beginning of the stream proper. I began in this type of politics around 10 years ago. I slowly drifted into it, the red pill awakening and all that. I won't get into the whole psychological, political background, how I came to my views now, but I gradually got into it roughly around 10 years ago. And I began with a noticing of immigration and noticing of all this kind of stuff. And I will get into some lore, right? I was never a dyed-in-the-wool lefty. I was a sort of a normal person. I wasn't particularly political. I had my views and I had my instincts, but I was just a normal person. I wasn't familiar with the intricacies of politics, left, right. I probably would have struggled to explain much of it to anybody, really, right? Because it just wasn't something that was on my radar. I was a normal person, a normie. But insofar as I was maybe aware, I was just, I basically had imbibed a degree of propaganda from the ether. I can remember thinking probably as a teenager, why are American right wingers there? Why do they even exist? Because they're clearly the bad guys, people who are sort of conservative and right wing, or, why do they exist? Because clearly the lefties are the good guys, the Obamas, the lefties, the people who care about people and all of that. That's the general position most people are in by default. And I went through an experience where I sort of began to realize that there was more to it than I thought. And I, through my education, through the media I had consumed throughout my life, that actually was, there was a lot of lies there. And I look at something like the climate issue. And without getting into that, I don't have huge views on it these days. But at the time, I consumed some. Oh, okay, so there's more. There's a counter argument to climate change. I didn't know that, and it's actually interesting. And regardless of which side is right, there is a genuine counter argument, and there is a lot of lies in the mainstream argument. That's interesting. Same with Islam, same with immigration, same with these other things. And so I dove headfirst into it. Immigration being a big factor in it, identity. Excuse me. And so I got into it. And what happened to me very quickly, and bear in mind, this was at around the time of the great sort of migration, you could call it, or the migrant crisis, I think they call it, in 2016, 17, 15 era. And you had terrorist attacks happening all over the place. You had Charlie Hebdo, you had Nice, you had all these things, Brussels. And I was looking at some that was all happening at the time, basically, right? And this is one my critics will use against me. But before I was on Twitter, I put up a Facebook post on a page that doesn't exist. It was an old page I had or whatever. But I remember seeing the boy who drowned in the Mediterranean. It was propaganda, right? But at the time, I wasn't quite hip to that yet. And I remember being affected by it. I basically took that propaganda hook, line, and sinker, right? I'm a young man. It's the propaganda was effective, right, on most people, just like me. I thought that's terrible. And I thought this is an individual scenario where there's a war going on in Syria. And regardless of how you feel about it, a lot of people are dying and people are fleeing across the Mediterranean, drowning. There's even kids drowning. And I felt like, why doesn't the West even temporarily just take people? Instead of just talking about it, why doesn't it just save these people? It sounds totally naive and, it's a damning admission for a right winger now, and so my critics can isolate that and use it against me. I'm just being real, right? Your views change. Back then I wasn't even political. I didn't know anything. I fell for propaganda like anybody else. And I was a critical thinker. And here's the rub. I began to say, why don't we the West, we Europe, take people more en masse properly, just basically do a mass evacuation of Syria? Like all the pro-refugee people talk about it loosely in slogans, but why doesn't it actually just happen if that's the case? If we care about the little boy, if we swallow all that, why don't we just actually do it? I was a believer in why not actually do things instead of talk about them. And my critical mind told me that, well, one of the reasons is that there's this opposition out there. The opposition consists of racists, so-called, right-wingers, people who are afraid of Islam, of terrorist attacks, of all these kind of things. And I was aware of that, much like everybody is, that this exists. Maybe they're bad guys, I don't know, whatever, but they exist. But I've never really heard from them directly. You have a racist taxi driver who is against immigration or whatever. That's the kind of, as far as I'm familiar with, a stereotype. I've never even heard it because I went to a liberal progressive college education and have had no other connection. So I'm trying to figure out, what is it that these racists have a problem with? What's their issue? They obviously maintain a political bloc that opposes the doing of these things, of sort of what is effectively an open borders mentality. And so I told myself, well, they have to be sort of addressed in the Socratic principle or whatever. Their arguments have to be if we're to assume they're wrong, they can't just be steamrolled over and abused. They must be listened to and then corrected effectively, right? And so I went down a rabbit hole of saying, well, what do they say? And I listened to whatever I could find at the time. Douglas Murray, the likes of that. People who oppose Islamization, people who are worried about Muslims, they're worried about immigration, etc., etc. The right wing. And so I went on a journey to learn about that. And sure enough, I realized, whoa, that's a lot of truth. I didn't know about the clash of civilizations. I didn't know about identity. I didn't know about demographics. I didn't know about any of that stuff. That's very interesting. And I found it to be largely true. And so with the changing culture, this is all happening around approaching Brexit, approaching Trump. The society, the Western culture, the culture war is moving at the same time I'm moving there. And so slowly but surely, the rest is history. I end up where I am right now with my sort of views now over time. But initially, I got into, as someone mentions in the chat here, counter jihad, right? A red pilling. Islam is not just a religion of peace. It is the religion of pieces. It is inherently a doctrine of aggressive conquest and of subjugation and a totalitarian theocratic ideology hell-bent on conquering Europe and the rest of the whole world, effectively, right? And it uses subterfuge, violence, migration, and all the rest of it as weapons to achieve that end. And of course, there's a lot of truth to that, right? And I found that very compelling, and I got into it. So then I sort of have a Twitter, and I decide not to be anonymous because I'm a man of principle. No offense to Anons, I get it. But I just thought, no, I have my views. Come what may. I mean, I'm entitled to have my views. That's what I was told by my liberal education. You're allowed to have views that challenge things. And so anyway, I got on Twitter, became more familiar with some of the arguments, became more of a dyed-in-the-wool kind of right-winger. And basically, I fell into the counter-jihad world. And it didn't take me long to notice how much trouble I was in. That Antifa, some of the usual figures that we're still familiar with today, were screenshotting my stuff saying, here's Garrod Murphy. He said he's from Cork, getting every detail, claiming I said things that I didn't say, taking things that I did say out of context, stalking me, trying to ruin my life effectively, right? And I said, okay, to hell with it, but it is disturbing. They'll make it difficult with work, with jobs, with relationships, the whole lot. I then realized, okay, so the media, the NGO ecosystem, that whole thing, I didn't know there was a tyranny waiting to meet me when I started having my views. Turns out they do, but I'm in it now, so I might as well keep going. So I'm in a world that's extremely hostile to my views, dangerous, borderline. I'm at a stag party. I don't know if this is disappointing anybody now that I'm going into long-winded stuff. Take it for what it is, right? I'm telling you the story. We will get to the subject matter, right? This is part of it. So I'm just following your chat. I was in Dublin around 2015 or somewhere there at a stag party. And I went for a haircut the next morning in Dublin, and I realized that this Pegida demonstration was on. This was an anti-Islam, some group or other, some British people were over there, some Tommy Robinson affiliated thing. I don't know. But it was happening. Someone says, never skip the foreplay. All right. So it's that type of event. I show up because I was vaguely familiar with it. I knew lefties were bussing people up, and it was going to be this big sort of flashpoint. And I was there anyway, so I said, I'm going to go up and just have a look at it. I'm not part of either of them, really, but I'm curious. So I go up and I see the Pegida people get hunted out of the place by Antifa. I see the guards effectively stand down. I see the media totally back it up. And I realize that we're in a violent atmosphere here where you can't even show up in the street or you will be hunted down and physically, violently attacked, right? It's a world unfamiliar now. Everything has changed. But that's what I saw. That's what I saw. The job issues, the personal issues, the violence on the street, and the rest of it. And that's what everyone then, and to some extent now, sees with being sort of this right-wing type personality. It's a tough hill to climb to just exist and have your views publicly. And it didn't take me long then to kind of combine that semi-consciously, not really consciously, not entirely subconsciously. I'd say semi-consciously. Of course, you're looking for allies. At the time I'm writing articles, I consider myself an intelligent enough person, right? So I think I've got good views. I can espouse these views and I can improve on them even, right? I'm fascinated by learning. And so I want to write articles. I see that people write articles, right? People who are not just online on Twitter getting a bollocking from Antifa, but like people who you might as well make something of yourself as sort of a just say, okay, I'm fully in it now. I'm going to be like a personality or just exist online and actually just kind of go for it, do it. And one of the things I want to write articles. I see people writing articles. I read them. I think I can write better than that. I've some more novel insights than that. I want to write too. And so I submit articles around the place. A few, right? I did one for Quillette. I did one for Spiked. Most of these I would even disavow now. The writing, the beliefs, a bit undercooked and like cringe, right? I did one for Anne Marie Waters' website called Sharia Watch, about Umar al-Qadri, and this was, I believe, your man who we'd see now, right? This is in 2016, and I'm criticizing Islamization in Ireland and all of this. Who else? A few others along those lines, right? And I'm eager, and I want to get into it, and I want to sort of make a name for myself and just kind of give my ideas. And semi-consciously, like I say, you're in a hostile and barren landscape. I can't go to the Irish Times and say, can I write an article for you? I've got a contemporary view that's relevant. That's not going to happen. So I have to go to other places. I have to go to a certain ecosystem. And again, semi-consciously, I notice that a lot of the people in this world are Jewish, right? There you go. There's your that's the essence of what we'll be talking about tonight. A lot of the people are Jewish in this world, for whatever reason. The reasons that I conclude to myself, which are the same reasons that are propagandized to me at the time, is that they are the only democracy in the Middle East. They are in hostile ground in the Middle East, facing off against the Islamic world. And they are realists because they see it every day in the real world and they face against it. And we in the West are sort of coddled and distant and deluded and full of all these liberal notions. And so I tell myself, that's interesting. Jews, unlike Gentiles, whites, Irish people, but in my mind, they are white. They are the same. It's like French or German. They're just another type of Westerner. Unlike the rest of us, they have got their heads screwed on and they're tribed up and they support each other. And that's good. I wish we were more like that. And all of the institutions, what is it like? All these, I don't even want to name them right now because that's another story. Various ones, right? We know what they are. American ones, British ones, Douglas Murray's, what is it, Henry Jackson Society, all these things. So much of the ecosystem I'm in is either like Jewish to a man, and if it's not Jewish, it's run by Jewish people or heavily populated by them or funded by them, backed by them. They are the fulcrum of this whole movement, and they're the ones who do conferences, and they're the ones who have money, and they're the ones who pay journalists to write articles. And I'm not necessarily hunting around for money. I'm not desperate for money, but it's kind of like, well, if you're going to be doing this stuff, like where can people get paid for this stuff? I mean, I'm not against that. Like, or it might not even be pay, but just connections, backing, protection in a way that you're legitimized. You're part of an official thing, and you're included in something. There are meetings you can go to. There's something there, right? And so I see that again semi-consciously, and you kind of want to get into it. And you're not being a snake. You're not saying, "Oh yes, I'm going to take a bag of silver now to shill," because you don't think you're shilling. You think you agree with them. Basically, you think you admired their clarity on these matters, and you admire their fortitude and forthrightness and all this stuff. And so naturally, you gravitate towards it. Anyway, Um, there are. I showed a couple of friends of mine in a chat recently. I doesn't need to be posted here or whatever. I've spoken about it before, but there's like one instance early on where I said to a Jewish billionaire, how often do you get to email a billionaire, right? How often do these channels open themselves up to normal people? But for me, it was fluid in this ecosystem. Suddenly I can get hold of a billionaire, right? I emailed this person saying, there's a thing on UCC. It's a pro-Palestine thing. I'm familiar with UCC. I went there. I agree with counter jihad and all of this, and I think it might be a bit anti-Semitic as well. In the way that left-wing anti-Semitism, this novel idea that it's anti-Zionism is really anti-Semitism and is playing on tropes and all the rest of it. And I imbibed and learned all that. I could hash that out, no problem. Tell you in great detail about it all at the time. And I messaged this woman, not to say pay me to be a shill or something, strictly speaking, but I said, I agree. I might cover it. I might do my first foray into being a personality I might take some video, I might vox pop some people, or I might just record some of it, cover it, and sort of like put it out there. You know what I mean? I might go there as a challenger in a way to the event, peacefully in terms of discourse, kind of own the libs type of thing, right? But on this basis, I said it to this person, and they say back to me straight away, "That's brilliant. Well done. God bless you," or something, bless you. And I'm happy to compensate you. And again, I wasn't making some Faustian bargain consciously, but I see that and I go, really? I didn't even ask for that. It's unreal, right? I'm my own country, my own people, my own media ecosystem is trying to take my head off, ruin my life. And here you can kind of get paid to do these things. I was just doing it for my own interest in a way, and I was just letting you know. Maybe subconsciously I was shilling. That's the thing. These things are not always conscious or subconscious. Maybe it could be somewhere in the middle. Incentives, beliefs, propaganda. You get into these things. And anyway, it's a different story. What ended up happening there is the Jewish Zionists, they got the event cancelled. I went back to them and I said, that's not very free speech. It's the Muslims that are trying to kill the Charlie Hebdo staff. And I'm actually, in principle, for free speech. And I thought sunlight was the best disinfectant. So what happened? How did it get cancelled? I didn't think this is what me, the nationalist, you, the Jewish nationalist, we're all the same, really. I didn't think that's what we do. And I do stick to my principles. And they basically kind of lolled at me a little bit. And I thought, penny started to drop. Right. It isn't a consistent set of values. They are tribed up with each other. And actually, they just want to cancel the Muslims, shout down or block the Muslims as much as the Muslims do Islamophobes or whatever. Okay, so it's this tribal identity woke stuff. You're just as woke, really, aren't you? And also, yeah, there is this money flying around, and and I'll get to something else. The media ecosystem at the time gave me another point of view to see as well. Excuse me, as well, with the rise of the alt-right and the libertarian to alt-right pipeline and the rest of that. So I kind of got hip to that. And I'll get back to that a little bit. But over the years, subsequently, until like not too long ago, I've had loads of experiences over the years, even after I got red pilled on Zionist influence on the right and Jewish identity and sort of JQ as it's called or whatever. I kind of integrated that into the rest of my sort of awakening, right? And became skeptical and what's the word? Repellent towards it. Like I don't want to be contacted by that. I don't want to shill. I don't want to be solicited. I'm not into that. I also realized that it's sort of counterintuitive to my own goals because of their own history of sort of being anti-Western, and like as Kanye West said, they invented woke, they invented cancel culture. I thought, okay, so how could we be on the right against this stuff when the people who are our allies and benefactors and all this kind of stuff run it? The people who run it are like the founders of wokeness and highly identitarian, only interested in their own identity, realistically, right? Anyway, I got to all that. But even since then, where I was sort of like would allude to that online, a lot of these Zionist influencers or sort of scouts that are out there, a lot of them since then, so it's not just one incident 10 years ago. Since then, a lot of them who would see my Twitter, I might criticize something about immigration or Islamization or something. They wouldn't know that I'm not on board because they don't have a full accounting of my views. Would message me. I've had several occasions where Jewish Zionist and Jewish Zionist affiliated entities who seem to have clout, who seem to have a little bit of money, who seem to have big numbers and all the rest of it, and are connected institutionally, would contact me and say, "Hey, we notice your stuff. Where are you based out of? Would you like to write for this? Would you like to write for that? Would you like to go to this?" Or, all that lovely stuff, right? Wouldn't we all like to be institutionally involved, maybe given a bit of remuneration for your work, all the rest of it? And people who have messaged me, putting out the feelers to approach me, because I reasonably intelligent, reasonably normal looking, front-facing, face-out person, who they could maybe approach, groom, all the rest of it. I've had that many times, right? I don't leak DMs, I don't leak identities and all that kind of stuff. So I suppose you have to take my word for it. But that I've been through that. I've had all that experience. I posted recently, this is important background. I posted recently old stuff of mine for context for people to see. I posted an unpublished article from the time. I have one for Sharia Watch. That website is down. It doesn't exist anymore, unfortunately. Again, you have to take my word for it. I have the emails with Anne-Marie Waters, who ran that site, her okaying it, telling me she's publishing it. I have the tweets where I posted the article when it went live, but the link is dead. I have the Word document of the article. It obviously existed. I wrote an article for Sharia Watch about progressive delusion about Islam and how they're critical of Christianity, but they roll over for Islam. And I wrote on my own blog about how left-wing anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism, going through all the arguments on that, right? On Israel and anti-Semitism, I quote authors. I talk about, why don't they give out about the Baluchi wars? Why don't they talk about Western Sahara? The Grand Mufti of Jerusalem was hanging out with Hitler. I'm just reading it as I say. The two-state solution was just like India, Pakistan. So why is it so special for left-wing progressives? Why do they focus on it so much? They think Jews pull the strings, blah, 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 blah. Pallywood lying about war crimes, all that stuff, right? So if I'm sort of addressing my skeptics now, and I'll get back to why there even are skeptics. Wait, someone here says, I'm just sorry, I'll get distracted. The backstory isn't a great grounding for saying there shouldn't be an Irish flag painted on Mount Misery. Actually, it is a very good background. And in a way, I don't want to just talk about this every night. So I kind of just want to give my spiel in full, right? The reason I bring all this up is because when I criticize what's happening now, I have, and this is a distinct point, I have sort of post-COVID, and I'll describe that, post-COVID-19 nationalists, people who sort of were against the COVID lockdowns and the vaccines and all that, and ended up integrating in with other dissident beliefs. And I watched them over the years go from their sort of what were effectively like hippie libertarian, understandable and healthy views, skeptical of COVID. And because they were then kicked out of the mainstream and demonized and called far right, they ended up sort of imbibing what you could call far right views and sort of expanding out into the world of immigration. And then as COVID went away, it sort of naturally, their big thing, they're not going to go back to being mainstream liberals. They're looking at immigration. And I saw them begin sort of putting a toe in the water, being nervous about, you're talking about foreigners, that's all a bit funny. I want to be very conservative in what I talk about here. Maybe I'm just talking about unvetted males, or the passport checks are ridiculous, or that kind of thing. The asylum movement, a very unimpeachable direction to take as an immigration skeptic. Started getting into that a little bit. And now what I see is that they are, even though it's 10 years later, a lot of them are in sort of 2004 territory on this counter jihad stuff, Jewish question stuff, all the rest of it, about the right-wing ecosystem, how it works, how these influences that I've described are there, and that those influences promote certain points of view and interests, or political interests and directions. But they sort of, it can be shocking for me that they don't get it. When I post about what I think is going on, which I'll get into, they sort of say, but you don't understand the Muslim threat, the danger of Islamization, and you're just imbibing left-wing anti-Semitism. And I go, I was writing fully fleshed out, sourced, intellectual articles at length, and the rest of it 10 years ago. I don't fail to understand that stuff. I know, I'm not to play seniority, but I know all of that stuff. I knew it 10 years ago, so I certainly know it now, right? I'm familiar with it. And I've been through the process of being approached by certain interest groups where it's very hard to get anyone to give you play or access or any of that, where it seems like the only place I'm getting access, and I'm getting these flirtations from Jewish Zionist places, right? So I'm familiar with how it all works, and it's sort of one of those things, not to sound arrogant, but they're sort of accusing me of being naive and not knowing what's going on. And realistically, objectively, the exact opposite is the truth. I know, and I can demonstrate how and why I know through all these things I'm mentioning. I can demonstrate to you that I know what you're talking about. I know where you're at. Perhaps you don't know where I'm at. Perhaps you it sounds so arrogant, but it's like perhaps there's some stuff you need to catch up on, and it's broad. And the same way it took you a couple of years to get to know what's all this migration stuff, what's the background, the demographic thing, the history, the red pills, the corrections of false things we were taught in school. You got through all of that, and then you learned about Islam, and you're getting through all that, and it's such a big red pill. There's more to the story you need to learn, is what I'm trying to tell some of these people. Someone says mods required. I thought I had mods, but maybe not. Who can I make a mod? Who can I turn into a mod here? Someone I recognize, someone familiar. No, someone says give me a wrench, but I don't know who you are though. Do you know what I mean? That's the problem. I don't want to make another op the mod. I've no way of knowing. For now, I'm going to make. Hold on a second. I'm effing up the tech here. I just can't make county gains. You can be a mod for sure. How do I make you a mod though? Oh, it's on YouTube. I have to do it. Yeah. That's going to be a bit of a problem. Okay, I'll pull myself up on YouTube here. See, I'm on StreamYard. Okay, I'll pull myself. Okay. See what I can do here. Obviously, I need mods. See, that's the other thing, is that, and I said this recently, is that by taking this point of view or advancing this idea, I will make as much or more enemies against myself. Oh, fuck's sake, I just don't even know how to do this. Oh, Ed the Statesman said he's on it. Okay, cool. I don't even know or care too much. I mean, what's going on, like, in terms of people being difficult, but definitely just kick people if they're being, like, you know, a pain or whatever, just a nuisance. Connor Fitzgerald says, what platform is this on other than Twitter? Sorry for being a boomer. YouTube and Twitter. I forget that. I always just think of it as YouTube. I forget that it's on X as well. So what I'm saying is the problem with this lack of balance, right? And I'm not like a JQ obsessive, you know, too much, right? I'm interested in a lot of different, like when people say Jews on stuff, I am one of those people who kind of says, like, you know, you can't, if you want to be mono-focused, grand, if that's your pet issue or whatever, do. But if you want to be holistic, there's much more. There's human nature, there's technology, there's all sorts of stuff going on. But to not get it, if to be a right-winger, to be a nationalist, and to kind of demonstrate that you really don't know, and I'm not talking about shills, bots, people who are on the take, people who are compromised. I'm talking about people who sincerely don't get it, right? Sincere people. You can't be like on the right. Same, much like if you didn't understand the Islam thing or a lot of other issues, you sort of would be totally ill-equipped. You have to be able to demonstrate a full, deep understanding of this question, um, to really have any say, in my opinion, on this stuff. Then you have your view. If you can show that you actually get it, you really get it, then maybe you can disagree. But until then, I feel like it's just there's a certain faultiness to just not knowing, And the reason why that exists, which is crucial, is because of the different information landscape we have now versus, let's say, when I was there in 2015, 16. I had various reasons why I got hip to this, but one of them was that I'm watching Jared Taylor videos on human biodiversity, and I'm watching, this, that, and the other. They called it the libertarian to alt-right pipeline. So suddenly you're watching, 1 minute you're watching a video about small government efficiency and the left or something, and you're watching Ben Shapiro owning a blue-haired college student. The next minute you're watching Jared Taylor. The next minute you're watching David Irving videos from the 90s. You name it. YouTube was itself, never mind any of the other websites, was actually an open house. You could watch anything on there basically, right? And so naturally you just get curious and you get moved along to other videos and the rest of it. And so you get a good idea of it. And the Jewish aspect of the identity question, Muslims, whites, all the different stuff, that's included. You get to learn about that too. And of course, you see enough of it. There was this thing of brackets at the time. People would have brackets, or what do you call it? Triple brackets around Jewish people, right? Identifying them within the right wing. So and so, Goldberg or whatever. If you weren't familiar with it, the far right, the anti-Semitic so-called right, were doing this thing where they would put brackets around Jewish people's names when they mention them online to denote that this person's Jewish, and the view that this person is espousing or putting forward is sort of tainted or affected by that. It was a meme, it was a joke, it was controversial, it was crass, but it was a sort of something that was going on that would give you an understanding of these things. Same way Jewish Zionist activists would tell you about all the Muslims or whatever, you could also learn about, what's going on with the Jewish point of view? What's their interest? You could learn about that. You could watch the videos. People call it the echo. Yeah, their name echoes or whatever. And so that was all at play. So while I'm delving into all this and I become borderline, sort of almost a Zionist shill by accident, I also have the other point of view, and and then my experience as a budding nationalist sort of public figure totally corresponds to it. And it's like, this is undeniably true. I have the baseline on which the information to compare what I'm the approaches I'm getting from these groomers, we'll say. It all makes sense. I get it. Okay. The problem you have now is that, let's say, some of these post-COVID nationalists, they exist in another post-event ecosystem, which is the post-vibe shift. The Elon Musk, Trump, Mark Zuckerberg being a bro now. You can kind of be a little bit racist. You can kind of be Islamophobic. You can be edgy. You can do all this online. After, you had the Great Awakening of 2014, Obama and all that back then. Then you had the backlash, which was Trump and Brexit, and you had this open internet wildland, right? And then you had this huge clampdown post Charlottesville in America, where you couldn't say anything online. You couldn't misgender someone for years, or you'd lose your Twitter. And everybody either had to get banned or keep the head down. And then you had this vibe shift. Musk takes over Twitter, and Trump gets in. You have the October 7th Israel thing. There's this huge rightward Zionist shift. It's basically letting the right take the gloves off, but it's very tainted by Zionist interests with October 7th and all the rest of it. And so you have this weird, and it's also full of bots, full of AI spam, full of like Radio Genoa, which, look, try not to sound like a conspiracy theorist, but Radio Genoa, which is pumping out Zionist propaganda interspersed with red meat for, like, let's say, racist online spaces. So like it's a Zionist angle on something, and then the next tweet is an Italian man being accosted by an African immigrant, and the Italian man knocks him out, and the post says, Italians stand up to the invaders or whatever, and everyone loves it because of this kind of violent red meat urge or whatever it is, right? And so you get all this like red meat interspersed with Israel is showing the brown Muslims who's boss or whatever, right? And it's called Radio Genoa. This is just one of many, and it posts all day long. Nobody really knows who it is. It's called Radio Genoa. You know what else was called Radio something? Radio Free Europe, which was a CIA propaganda radio outlet beamed into the Eastern Europe during the Cold War. Just kind of funny. And then you have like End Wokeness. You have just a ton of anonymous accounts, Indian spam bots, AI, and all the rest of it that to this day is pushing these soft Zionist talking points, very sophisticated, not all saying Israel is our greatest ally, sometimes being more nuanced than that and giving more particular arguments to particular people. It's very sophisticated and it's all over the place. And if I hadn't had my experience 10 years ago when I had the access to other information and the internet wasn't saturated in Zionist propaganda effectively and anti-Muslim flame fanning, right? Or hype, red meat about Muslims this, that, and the other. Whereas I had in 2016, it was all this Muslim stuff. I imbibed it, but I had the access to the other stuff too. It was a sort of an equal open internet. Now it's this sort of information panopticon. I don't know what to call it. It is very, very sophisticated. It's got AI involved, all the rest of it. And that's what's leading to this. That's why I'm talking to people and I'm like, is this 2004? You sound like George Bush, right? A few years ago, you got woke to COVID, you got hip to that. And then you were open to the asylum industry argument, which is a much better one, much more authentic and natural to Ireland and legitimate, right? And true. You got into that, you sort of like realize the water is not so cold, actually we're into this now. It becomes more popular. But then sort of basically railroaded directly into 2004 counter jihad stuff by this just wall to wall propaganda. And it's across the West, right? But here's where we get particular to Ireland, right? I've been seeing this stuff for years. I wrote an article on my own Substack in like 2021. I called it, so forgive me for those of you who are familiar with some of what I'm saying. I'm just saying it again, right? I wrote an article called International Zionism Declares War on Ireland, where I saw all of this Zionist Jewish media and lobbies and organizations, largely from a right-wing perspective, was targeting Ireland, the Irish left-wing Palestine movement. And it's not even just left-wing. The fact that Ireland is thoroughly anti-Zionist. There was a concerted campaign, and you can read the article if you want. It's on my Substack. Campaign to target Ireland for that, get us signed up to IHRA, target Sinn Féin, target the left, target this, that, and the other, target Sally Rooney, you name it, right? And Simon Wiesenthal Centre was talking about it, the ADL, the World Jewish Congress, Maurice Cohen from the Irish Jewish Congress, you name it, and it was being echoed by your and I don't want to say gripped people, because a lot of gripped people are good, but there was one guy at the time, he's not around anymore. And of course, McGurk perhaps, and David Quinn and all the rest of them were like agreeing with all this, right? Ireland is, they get anti-Semitism in their mother's milk. They have their oppression narrative. It's informed by Christian anti-Semitism. They're thick, and then from a right-wing perspective, they're open borders, lulas, and they don't understand Muslims, and they're dumbass, ignorant, and all the rest of it, right? And they're hateful, and they need to be reined in. I saw that, and with the familiarity of these issues I had at the time, I spotted it straight away, wrote an article detailing it all, why this is a thing. And my theory at the time was kind of wrong. How was I to know? I thought that they were going to create a culture war issue where Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael, the Uni Party, were going to move culturally right-wing, and and become more signaling on immigration. We're going to stop immigration, which they sort of have. But they were going to basically become the Republican Party or the Tory Party of Ireland and sort of just move over that way. And they'd have a bit of backing from Gript maybe. And there'd be like these Gerard Crawwells and various other politicians, Sharon Keoghan's, I don't know, like various people would be sort of in that ecosystem, and it would be so kind of vague, like on a spectrum, but it would be kind of over towards the Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael way, and they would get the right wingers to say, do you know what? In fairness, Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael's made good noises on these issues. They're actually being kind of based, sort of. And Sinn Féin are woke. They're for transgender surgeries and jihadis and Palestine and Palestinians and all the rest of it. They're going to create that dynamic, and that's going to sort of saturate our politics. And it'll all be bullshit. Sinn Féin will be bullshit. Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael, much like Tories and Republicans, won't do anything. They will just increase immigration, as those parties do. And that's maybe the dynamic that they're gearing up for. And a lot of it will be centered around Israel-Palestine. And Israel will be behind a lot of it, right? It's a way of neutralizing and addressing the anti-Zionist problem in Ireland from their point of view. And that was my view. And it turns out I was kind of wrong on the angle. Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael didn't go down that road. They didn't do that. That's not how it worked. But the fact that Zionists had a clear, obvious motive that they had demonstrated themselves through loud noises on how anti-Semitic and anti-Israel Ireland is, they had an obvious motive, and this is what I'm going to get into, the theory, that they have a friend of mine who I was texting recently on this described it as an open goal, right? That the nationalist right in Ireland, and when I had my Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael theory, my theory was that they're going to use the movement I'm involved in, nationalism, populism, and sort of like get Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael to appeal to us as the constituency and basically use nationalist populism as a constituency, as a vehicle for something that is either pro-Zionist or pro-Palestinian, if that makes sense. So it might not be actively pro-Zionist, but it's in opposition to pro-Palestine, which kind of vibes with being anti-left, and it's anti-wokeness and all that. So it's perfect for them, right? They have a perfect vehicle in us to do this. It only makes sense in a way, and you can play up the Muslim angle of it, the foreign threat response type of thing, the scary Muslims, the deluded woke left, open borders. It's a gimme. They have experience in the counter jihad stuff, decades of it, how to play that, how to groom certain people, how to get all of that going. So it's an absolute open goal. And now they're sort of running Twitter, and there's this vibe shift. It's a layup, and there was evidence that they were looking that way, but I was kind of saying, even if I had no evidence that they were actively engaging in it, it's such an open goal, and it's so obvious that the theory is legit, even if you didn't have evidence that they were doing it or circumstantial evidence. It's so obvious that why wouldn't they, right? It's like you leave a big bag of money out in the middle of a field and you think maybe the farmer is going to pick it up and take it, right? It's like, why wouldn't he? So even though you don't know whether he has or not, or what his character is like, you just think, why wouldn't he? He's every reason in the world. He'll see it, he'll do it. And that's how I felt about Zionists. They will, if I'm seeing it, they're seeing it, right? They're highly political. They're highly invested in right-wing movements and all the rest of it. They have a problem in Ireland. Ireland is the most anti-Zionist country in the Western world. And so if they don't use the nationalist populist movement as a cudgel against the pro-Palestine, and it's not just the left, just pro-Palestinism in Ireland in general, if they don't use it as a cudgel, they're very politically unsophisticated and not Machiavellian. And of course, they are those things, extremely those things, right? So if I'm seeing it, they are clearly seeing it. And it's just a question of how is this going to play out? That's my theory. They have the motive and they have the means. I've explained all of their influence on the right. We know they have a lot of power in the US state, which has a lot of power in Ireland, in Tory British right-wing media, GB News, Telegraph, all that. They're big there, right? So they have their vectors, they have the means, and they have the motive in spades. I want to, yeah, the precedent. The other thing too is, and this is a slightly other angle. This is kind of, and this is where people might think I'm a kook, right? The sort of the idea of like a color revolution or an influence op, which it sounds like something from a movie, but like CIA ops, right? Intelligence ops in countries politically. We've seen since World War II, America has uh, conducted regime change in like 50 different countries. That's where they topple a government. If you take a broader look on how many countries did they have a heavy political influence on a faction to kind of produce a certain result, or to stifle an opposition, but they don't fully regime change, that would be, of course, a much larger number. Borderline every country in the world, they've had major influence in. You look at Pussy Riot in Russia. You look at the Umbrella Movement in Hong Kong against China, the freedom movement in Poland in the 80s, the Arab Spring, you name it, right? Those were more kinetic revolutions, we'll say. Pussy Riot is a good example. I started to think, to what extent could that kind of integrate itself in with this Jewish Zionist interest in Irish nationalism, Irish national populism? Because it's ripe. It's an open. The other aspect is that it's an open movement. It hasn't got clear leaders. It's kind of in disarray because it's hard to get leaders. Because it's a hostile environment, and so yeah. But I'm just getting looking at your super chat, so I'll read them out in a while. But so basically they have an open goal, like there's no resistance to it really, and all the rest of it. But in terms of the sort of CIA MI5 angle, the idea that, what I'm saying is the idea that large political forces, states, effectively regimes, foreign regimes, would sort of in a concerted way direct a lot of money, tech, influence, and all of that into a country to focus on a subset political movement in order to cudgel against another side or cudgel against the government or something like that. When I kind of say that to people, much like the post-COVID counter jihad people who think I don't know what's going on with Islam and I'm a naive, I'm naive. When I say like CIA, MI5, Mossad, that kind of Atlanticist Zionist regime that we basically live under, that they could and would engage in a coordinated and concerted fashion to achieve effectively like color revolution scale, like Pussy Riot scale sort of effect through us. And it wouldn't just be like a little thing, it would be a concerted operation that would happen with major resources behind it. They kind of go, come on now, don't be crazy. Let's just talk about immigration. Let's just talk about Muslims. Let's just keep it real. Like, don't be crazy, right? And I'm kind of going, I get you on the initial reaction, don't be crazy. It's sort of like Occam's razor. Like maybe someone is just being a silly boots and you disagree with them. It doesn't mean it's a CIA op or whatever. You know what I mean? You're jumping to conclusions. You're being erratic or something, right? And I go, okay, that's a theory, right? And that could be true. Of course, anything can be true, and and I get that. I can absorb that possibility. But on the other hand, the example I gave, that there's a long history of this. My counter argument is that it's actually kind of not crazy at all, basically. Now people say, is that proof, or what kind of argument is that? They say it's crazy. I say it isn't crazy. Well, I just think, given the history of things, all of the little ops we've seen, the fact that it's ripe for it, that America is, of course, like might as well be Israel, and same with the Tory British right state. They are effectively Zionist as well, and they're sort of right wing as well. And there is a big problem with Zionism or anti-Zionism in Ireland. We have two things basically: the fact that historically it's not some crazy thing, that it's not like crazy conspiracy theory. It's actually ordinary and normal and logical that the US state has done that, and other intelligence agencies, MI5, the rest of it, have done that for, and this is important, by the way, I would need to delve into this bit. They've done that for decades. And historically, these things have been done for probably millennia, states operating subterfuge. But particularly since World War II, it's been uber sophisticated, right? Think of Iran-Contra, Mossadegh in 1953 and all that. And then other smaller things like Pussy Riot or Femen or this or that. Now we have to look into, again, what I'm saying here. Someone said, so you're saying the CIA, like the men in black, are in suits with like suit and tie, black sunglasses, are sort of, and they're Jewish money bag people who are with them, sort of approach people and release the Epstein tapes on them and give them a big bag of money and say, would you be happy to shill with us as an active knowing agent, and a knowing traitor to your people, spouting bullshit to help us do our low-key color revolution? That's what people sort of accuse me of saying. And it's like, well, I'm not saying that, right? Because when I talk about the precedent for it, the Pussy Riot stuff or whatever it happens to be, I don't even know too much about that, but I know it was probably like an op, right? A US thing. Most people would kind of agree with that. See, when it's in another country, an idea I love is the idea of the regimes of others. When it was historical, the CIA released the documents about something they did in the 1980s. And when you see that, you go, oh yeah, they were always doing that. But then when you go, but could they be doing it now? People go, well, no, like, I think that's a jump. Or if you say, oh, they were doing it in Ukraine with Maidan, and they were doing it in here, there, or everywhere. And people go, oh yeah, like totally. I mean, it's kind of obvious that they were doing that. But then you can say, what if they were doing it here now to you, me and you? They go, nah. Right? Do you see where that doesn't really stand up too well? And then they go, well, they might do it historically and they might do it in other districts, but why would they do it here? And I go, well, here's why they would do it here. Here's a very, very compelling motive and means argument, right? Okay. Yeah, but not us, right? Well, that's like left-wing stuff, like Femen or something like that, like gay rights things in Russia or something. That's that. But they wouldn't do it. They were right-wing. Well, no, the US and British and most of the little color revolutions or influence ops or regime changes, I'd say many, if not most of them, have actually been right-wing. Pinochet, all the rest of it, loads of them have been right. That's actually probably the leading characteristics of these things. Only more recently has it been gay rights and this and that, and free the women in Iran and all that. But it's very often been right-wing, actually. So that doesn't stand up either. And again, we go back to, I'll just take Pussy Riot, just because I don't think they did a regime change or anything. They were just a pressure group on the regime or a certain aspect of the regime or on Putin or something, right? Now, so the idea that it's everyone is an op-ed, right? And that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that, because if you look at something like Pussy Riot or take any other example, were all the people there Machiavellian rat traitors taking a bag of money, blackmailed or whatever it is, right? No. And most of the people at that protest or whatever it is they're doing, or writing articles or becoming martyrs by going to jail or whatever it is they do, the little games they play, most of them probably were sincere. You might have thought they're very silly, they're very naive. Their issue was illegitimate and clearly being stirred from abroad. And whatever, but they thought that they were righteous and justified. And more often than not, in all these cases, there's a grain of truth, a small or maybe a very large grain of truth to what they're saying. It's actually a very just and legitimate angle they're taking. So agree or otherwise, they might say, well, I think Putin is oppressing women. I don't think we do get to be free and live our lives how we want in a liberal fashion or something, right? They do think that. They, in their heart of hearts, believe that, and that's the case, and they want to stand up against it. And There are various journalistic sort of ins and NGO ins and little connections that are made. And there is a certain amount of people who are knowing spooks, basically, but a very small minority, right? The money is being put to certain people, or maybe just the pat on the back is being put to certain people. The algorithm is being messed with. The dials are just getting turned in the background, and there are a few rats, and there has to be at some point, right, conduits. But for the most part, everyone involved is sincere, and they have a just cause from their point of view, or maybe objectively, and that's what the op hones in on. It finds its wedge issue, right? And that's how it works. So when I say, oh, I think there could be like something akin to a CIA op, or like almost like a form of regime change, not overthrowing the Irish regime like Dáil Éireann, but the regime of anti-Zionism to try and push that back and deal with it. That op between Israel, America, and Britain through right-wing influence networks could be very easily done. They have every motive in the world. It's totally obvious. There's precedent for this stuff across the board, no matter what way you look at it. And then you get to the fact that I personally have experience in how these little conduits work and how they butter you up and they groom you. I know that personally. I know this is a thing. So I wish I could sense check, like bring you in and say, am I convincing anyone so far? But I have here like the precedent, the motive, the means, my long-term observations, the fact that it's an open goal, it's just obvious. And then the next thing you get to is, because someone could say, okay, well, in theory, CIA, Mossad, MI5, NGO networks. Here's the other thing, by the way, right? These little ops that happen in Russia or China or anywhere else, not quite regime change, but influence ops, right? How do they happen in, let's say, Russia? It's always NGOs and stuff like that. Again, it's not Tommy Lee Jones in sunglasses in a black suit, right? It's someone who works as a freedom activist, right? Now, very often it turns out that those people are actually low-key CIA, or maybe they don't have on their employment documents CIA. They might even themselves not be fully aware of what role they play, but effectively that is a CIA carve-out organization or some other intelligence state entity, right? Like with a certain goal in mind. It's effectively a spook thing. And maybe even within that NGO, some of them knowingly operate with the CIA as a subterfuge operation, finding and grooming local activists, creating a uprising or something. And then many within that NGO, they're a human rights activists, they might not even know fully what they're into, right? And then the people that they groom to be street activists, locals, domestic people, they certainly don't know, or maybe some do, but the majority don't. And that's how it works. It's just, that's an art. They have it down to an art. And it's not this caricature that people accuse me of suggesting. I'm not saying that. Anyway, someone could say, you have a point in theory on that stuff. You have a point in theory on the JQ Zionist influence stuff. In theory, historically, there's a precedent. You have you have a point on the motive and the means. They do, sure. But just because all that stuff theoretically could be the case, and you might expect it to be the case, that's not enough. You can't just say, well, and even though you were writing about it in 2021, so it's not like I woke up one day and just had like a schizophrenic breakdown, right? Or I was dissatisfied with the slow progress of politics, so I'm drifting off into conspiracy theories and ideology or something like that, right? I've been aware of this stuff for years, not just like the Zionist influence, but specifically since like 2021, the specific angle that we have now happening. It's not something I woke up out of bed. I was aware of that all the time. I didn't bleat on about it. I didn't accuse anyone of being a Fed or saying this whole movement is marred in like effectively like a gay color sort of, like, I don't even know what to call it, influence op. I didn't jump at every opportunity, even though it was in the back of my mind. I said, asylum industry, Carrick McCross did a big demo, congrats to everyone, there's a live stream, there's a this, it's all wonderful. And I might see little notes here and there. I'm like, that's a bit along those lines. But I'd keep it under my hat because I say you can't just be pointing fingers and, the rest of it. So let's just move along politely. It's only through the weight of it getting big enough that I had to say, it was when I saw the flag and the way the in my misery, um, and the way it was reacted to across the right wing, I realized that, oh, this isn't the right wing that I thought. I thought we had some skepticism and awareness of this. We really don't. It is 2004, and all these fake accounts do exist, and all of these things coming together are so obvious, and it's actually way further along and slightly more sophisticated than I even bargained for, and it's set deep in here now. And there's some suspects who I thought would know better who were just jumping into it hook, line, and sinker, and I don't want to talk about it. I really don't. I like a quiet life, right? And not to be pissing people off and all that. But nobody is talking about it. Some of the usual suspects I'd look around to and go, "Are you gonna? I know you know. You know what I mean? Are you gonna talk about this? Like, or am I going to have to roll up my sleeves and dig into the shit effectively on this?" And I know the blowback. I've had people on Twitter saying, there's a lot of intel out there on Garrod Murphy if anyone's interested, just by the by, and he's wrong. You know, this kind of Antifa shit, right? And it's always from your own side of thing, you'll get the stabs in the back worse. And I know I'm in for all this sort of abuse, and marginalization and gaslighting. Oh, you're just being difficult. You're being crazy. You just need to focus on grassroots immigration stuff and be normal and all this stuff. And it's like, look, I want to be normal. I don't actually want to talk about it at all. If anybody else was mentioning it, and I know you all know, at least a lot of you, I know you all concede this. Like, I mean, come on, right? And nobody wants to pick it up at all. Even briefly mention it, be skeptical, besides some anonymous accounts. So I guess I'm the only head on a stick here who has to come out and talk about it. I just have to, right? Because nobody else. I wish someone who is more involved than me, someone who's more on the ground than me, was taking it on, but they're not, because it's a thistle to grasp, and it comes with all this baggage, and nobody else is doing it. So I guess I'll do it, right? Grand. But of course, then I become the only guy talking about it. And so when I'd start pointing out the obvious, saying, listen, lads, I'm not going around the place calling this or that person a fed. And I'm not, by the way. Because, and I can just do a brief aside on that, because I can't know. I can't know who is or isn't. Like I said with the Pussy Riot example, I don't know who is in the chain of conduits, who is aware of what they're doing, who is a sincere actor just being played on, who is a knowing actor, and all of that. I can't, by the nature of it, know. So I'm not in the business of saying that person's this, that person's that. Because by the same token, they could just turn around to me and say, we're pushing back against the Muslims and we're standing up for our country, right? And maybe he's the Fed, maybe he's the division agent and the shitstirrer and the problem maker. Maybe he's working for Mossad. It's nuts to do that, right? So you just can't. So I don't. Maybe I point out some stuff vaguely, right? But like, I'm not definitively saying this or that, because I just can't know. I don't know where consciously they are on it, but I disagree with them. And I know at some level up the chain of conduits that there are knowing operators working downward on this. And so the people at the bottom, I don't know. Are they just people I disagree with? I think they're hopelessly deluded. Or they're getting a big bag of money. I don't know, right? And so it's not a case of he questioned your motives as if he can say you're a big, massive rat. I don't know. You know what I mean? So I'm just saying that as I go forward to talk about any more. Now, let's just return to some of the substance, right? So in theory, it could all be correct, but what are you seeing anything that would allude to that? And there's loads, there's tons. A lot of it is just something you need to be seeing to get it. The way the algorithms work online, how can I describe how that works? You're either seeing it or you're kind of not, in a way. You either have experience to see it, or judgment, or discernment to see it, or maybe you don't. I think a lot of people are very familiar with it. I'm not on my own on that, seeing the algorithm, the way it rocks. Oh, by the way, I'll just quick return before we get to how it looks on the ground now. Why would they be doing it? So you have in America right now this hardcore Zionist regime under Trump which went along with this vibe shift on the internet, this algorithm change, AI bots and all that. You have October 7th, Israel launching a war against the whole region, basically, right? Genociding Palestinians, etc. And having a free hand to do it under America's hegemony, basically, and Trump. And you have a big reaction on the ground in America, largely from left wing, but there's a big portion of right wing people who are against it too, and against Zionist influence, and against the genocide in Palestine. But it's mostly left, or at least can be characterized that way, as a left wing woke thing. And what you see, going to just give me 2 seconds there. Just swapping out my nicotine. So what you see is, I won't belabor it, but the Trump administration effectively cracking down in a sort of a police state fashion against pro-Palestine anti-Zionist activism. They describe it as anti-Semitism, right? Taking immigrants who are like legit, they've not committed a crime, they're there on legit visas and stuff, while allowing illegal immigrants in, honing in on specifically those immigrants to deport them, which is the kind of, there's no precedent for this kind of political targeting. And based on that, you can be anti-white, you can be anti-American, basically, but anti-Semitic. So it's bizarre, it's like a Jewish police state, effectively. You have various organizations targeting students, foreign or American, in big Ivy League universities, targeting them to have them basically doxxed and harassed, and you'll never work in this town again type of stuff. You have Claudine Gay, I think is her name, funny name, of Harvard, getting dressed down in Congress for anti-Semitism. Basically, the university is being held ransom, their funding being held ransom, that you have to crack down on pro-Palestine activism in the university. This stuff's all draconian, basically, right? You even have, I believe in Britain recently, there was a person arrested maybe for being pro-Palestine. You have a lot of that going on, right? So it's not just like little Zionist influence in right-wing spaces. The state itself, the neutral state, we'll call it, the police state, is actually just bringing the hammer down. The same way it did on like white nationalists and whatever over the years for hate speech or for wrong views or for, crimes against the state, verbal political crimes against the state. They're doing that now with left-wingers, with so-called anti-Semites, anti-Zionists, bringing the hammer down. They are in America and in Britain to a lesser extent. And that's what they're doing. Now, all the ins and outs of that, I'm not American nor British, but that's clearly what they're doing. Why they're doing it now, they didn't do it 10 years ago, probably related to Israel's war, their geopolitical imperatives and all the rest of it. They feel like they need political control in these major Western countries as well, right? And so, of course, that's happening, basically. And then you come back to little old Ireland, somewhere in the middle, Britain and America, right? Ireland, a much smaller country, much less clout than those two large, powerful nation states. We're a small country, soft power and all that. So why would we matter as much as them? Why would they, like, on one side, maybe they're just going to do the same thing in Ireland, which is kind of what I'm saying. But then on the other hand, you might say, well, maybe they just wouldn't even bother. They do it in Britain, they do it in America, but like, who cares about Ireland? Like, they might have a problem with it, but who cares? Well, I would say that you cannot have, in the Anglosphere particularly, never mind continental Europe, in the Anglosphere, you can't quite have a situation where you crack down on it in America, you crack down on it, you develop all the laws, the hate speech laws, the arrests, the college admissions or firings and all that. You can't do that up in America and Britain and leave Ireland there, sort of. Does not just make sense. In the same way as I've often said, I'll just give you a sub-analogy. When they were doing mass immigration across the West throughout the latter half of the 20th century, right? Rampant immigration, Tony Blair in Britain, America long before that, you might have thought, well, why wouldn't they just leave Ireland off? Do it there. Those are the big sort of cosmopolitan capitals of the West, and they do it there. But why would they have an interest in driving it into Ireland? It's almost like, for among other reasons, they couldn't like leave Ireland be like in the early 90s, Italia 90 Ireland, with its lovely rural bucolic areas and then these warm, friendly cities and everybody knows everybody. And then, of course, throughout the 90s and as time goes on, we could still have some multinational companies. We could have technology. We all get phones. They have phones in Congo, right? We all have phones. Everybody has phones. It turns out actually Ireland could be homogenous and coherent and a nation state with all of its kind of culture, but modernizing as well. We have flat whites now. We have phones just like America and Britain do, because why couldn't you have those things without all the immigrants? And so we have this beautiful little European, Irish, homogenous nation state that makes sense and is sovereign, and everything that comes with that, the nice vibes you would get with that. You couldn't kind of let that stand in the Anglosphere, especially, right? So like where they can understand us and us them. And there's so many Irish Americans and Irish British. You just couldn't let that example exist, because it's almost like a counterexample to what they're doing elsewhere. It has to be universal. It has to be across the board. It's almost like if you're clearing a room of mold, you have to get rid of every last speck of mold and totally purge it, because if you don't, it just still exists. It exists somewhere to reinfect other people. And we live in an Anglosphere world, an internet world, where, of course, there's no barrier between America and Britain and Ireland in terms of the discourse and the culture and the zeitgeist, realistically, right? It's a free-flowing information. I can stream to someone in Australia now. And if Kneecap do something, everyone can watch it and whatever else. So how can you have a big crackdown in America and Britain, and then little old Ireland has pro-Palestine, anti-Zionist marches, the rhetoric ramping up, being more vociferously anti-Zionist, things like Kneecap, various activists, people with big clout, big politicians, big university people, celebrities, tastemakers, the rest of it, across the board being as anti-Zionist as they want, things that are 5 steps above what would get you in trouble now in America or Britain. Irish people have carte blanche. There are no laws. There is no resistance. There's no counterculture to it. There's no bulwark. That needs to be created in Ireland. Maybe I'm belaboring this point. That needs to. So that's just part of it. It's not that they go, oh, there's people who are anti-Zionist in Ireland. It bothers us emotionally. Not really. It's that it's part of the pan-Western, pan-Anglosphere crusade that they have to bring down left-wing, let's say, so-called, just universal anti-Zionism in the West. And Ireland should not, you would never imagine it to be excluded or exceptional to that. No less, because Ireland is the most, and has been for a long time, the most anti-Zionist country in the West. It's not a small matter, right? In terms of my theory here, that we're the most. We're not just anti-Zionist like a lot of them. We're the most, clearly. More than even Spain and Norway and all that. We stand out. And Zionists and Israel and the Israel, Howard Lutnick in America working for Trump and all the rest of them, and Telegraph and Michael Murphy and GB News, they all talk about it, right? And they're not talking about it for no reason. Anyway, I just need to stretch my back there for a second. I had to give it a good crack there, sorry. So, I don't know, I need to check in with the chat. Do I have sort of a, like, does that make sense so far? Is it a compelling, like, courtroom argument, you know, so far? And you can see why I need to get into all the nooks and crannies of it. You kind of have to build the case, right? Maybe I wish I could do it more concisely, all right? But I am who I am. So then we get all that backing. I feel like, objectively, in front of any objective courtroom or jury, they would say, so far, that all makes so much sense, and it's almost inevitable that would be the case. And it would happen through ascendant nationalism, ascendant culturally, with a strong legitimate grievance in terms of immigration and all the rest of it. It only makes sense. So what do we see? Let's go back. Man, I'm so, like, you know, crippled here or something. But what do we see? We see the flag in Mount Misery a couple of weeks or months ago, whenever it was, right? And I first raised a peep about this. Now, someone could say, I'll reiterate it again, this is ERA, this is Ireland, we're Gaels, right? We're a Christian country, whatever. We're painting over a foreign flag. It's sort of a de facto symbol of leftism, which we don't like. that's not Zionism, right? That's not being a shill. That's not advancing their interests at some level, even though everyone who painted it might have been sincere, right? I don't know. What could be your problem with that? Well, therein lies the sophistication of the matter, right? In Ireland, it is heavily anti-Zionist, and the right wing has, across the West, including in Ireland, has, me included, has people there who are hip to this stuff and wary of it, and wary of the shilling for Israel, and Israel is the greatest ally, and Ted Cruz and the rest of it, right? I need to mention one more thing before I go on that. With the cracking down on anti-Semitism in Britain and America, they did effectively, I can't describe it as anything else, in Britain on the Labour Party a few years ago, what can only be described as a Jewish coup d'etat on the Labour Party in Britain, right? I won't go into it. If you know, you know, right? They just replaced a popular leader, Jeremy Corbyn, through a series of scandal and intrigue, replaced him with Keir Starmer, who himself recently said, "I'm Jewish, right? My relatives, ancestors are Jewish," and he was effectively like a clone replacement. Like you oust Jeremy Corbyn and you put in this like AI looking person, right, who's a Zionist, and he's like hired for the new reformed Labour, right? So they basically did a coup d'etat on Labour, which is doing a coup d'etat on the entire political spectrum in Britain. That's not a small deal, right? And we're next door. So anyway, I was mentioning Ted Cruz and all the Zionist stuff, and people are skeptical of that on the right to some extent. So there is a prophylactic that exists in the right that they're going to be aware of, right? That if they send, a bunch of people in saying Israel's our greatest ally, we love Israel and all this, that's not going to fly. First off, it's so unpopular in Ireland overall because we're so anti-Zionist across the board. And secondly, because the right would have an allergic reaction to that. It would be too much, right? So what would you do? Now, bear in mind, we're talking about Jewish Zionists, highly sophisticated operators. So underestimating people is not what you do here, right? If I can think of it, they can think of it. If I can think of it, they thought of it before I did, right? It's their identity, it's their prerogative. They're going to be thinking about this. They're not going to come hard out pro-Israel, really. They're going to come out as anti-pro-Palestinian, and it's going to be because it's left-wing, so-called, and it's going to be because it's Muslim, so-called, and it's going to be because it's foreign, so-called, and all the rest of it, right? And of course, the left do play into it by making it, sure, but the problem is people say, the counter-argument to me is that it's a left-wing thing, so like you're dismissing that, Garrod, but like it is a big left, like open bordersy thing. But the problem is that the vast majority of people, not that political, left, middle, bit right, are actually anti-Zionist. That's the complete zeitgeist, almost totally in Ireland. You can just look up the polls on that. You notice that, like in various polls, about 80% of people are anti-immigration in Ireland actively at this point. And you also see that about 80% of people think what Israel is doing is a genocide and it should be stopped or whatever, right? Now, so it can't be the case that being pro-Palestine in Ireland is being a left-wing open borders person. Yes, at the top in the media ecosystem, the Paul Murphys and the Bleaters and all that, sure, they do all this, but that doesn't explain the landscape in Ireland. And that's actually a sort of a straw man when people say that. But it being what it is, it having Paul Murphy on the face of it and some transgender or whatever, it's a perfect vector. It allows you can get in on the right. So you're against the left, you're against foreigners, you're against Muslim invasion and jihad and all this. And so you're not being actively pro-Israel, but you're being anti-pro-Palestinian. That would do the job. If I were a Zionist or one of the people in that space, I would look at it and say, that's what we need to do. We don't need to go any further than that. That's sufficient, right? Because if we have a political faction that we can groom effectively to be loudly and regularly and actively shot through with this idea that you are anti-pro-Palestinian at every opportunity or something, then that's doing the job. We now have a counter force, right? And over time, we can start lobbying and putting pressure on the Simon Harrises and the Micheál Martins, which they've been doing for years, and Sinn Féin, trying to get them signed up to IHRA and just turn the screws But as we turn the screws, of course, we need a cultural, on the ground, grassroots political movement to sort of justify it and sort of back it up and be the voices online. And, it can't happen in a vacuum. It has to have a lobby. And there's only a few thousand Jews in Ireland. They don't want to do it directly. That's not natural. It wouldn't work. You need a so-called organic, free-existing, native, domestic political faction to be. It can't just all be Morris Cohen. It has to be. There has to be some people who are bouncing it around for you, right? And that's the right, like I say. And anti-pro-Palestinian is enough, at least to start with, and then we move with it. That is what they would do. And so when I saw that, I thought, okay, it could just be a patriotic gesture over a foreign flag. But given all the background I've described to you, I kind of feel like this is different. When I see anybody who tweets that image and says, we showed the left today, or whatever it is, right? Muslims 0, Muslims nil, Irish Patriots 1, whatever it is. Anyone who tweeted that, fucking 10,000 likes, a bunch of yank spam accounts underneath, all the rest of it, boost, 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 boost. I'm seeing that and I'm going, I don't have access to the algorithm. I don't want to be a conspiracy theorist, but I mean, I think we can see what's going on here, right? It is obviously getting major, major, major boosting. The dial is being turned up on it. It's not just some people who painted over a flag because it's foreign in isolation. This is kind of obvious to me. Now, here's where the rub is, and here's where it gets interesting. I need my fucking back. Lads, give me a sec. Here's where it gets interesting. I say as I mute and I go stand up and crack my back. Here's where it gets interesting from my perspective. So let's say you're somewhere, I don't know where, and there's so many things I'm leaving out, but we'll just go through it anyway. Let's say you either agree with me or you think I'm fucking a schizo, too focused on, or something like that, right? So I'll try and speak to all of you. When this original flag thing happened, because I have so much background reasoning that I have to describe to you here over a long time, and I can't sort of give someone a nice, convenient soundbite to reflect all that. I just can't, right? I can do a long live stream, but I can't capture that all in my reaction to that. People, understandably, some people go, I don't know what you're talking about, right? And I kind of go, well, do you know what? My hands are kind of tied because I feel like I know I'm right on this, but your counter argument is legit. I mean, it's a flag, it's a foreign flag. They're painting over it with an Irish flag, not a Zionist flag. Fair enough. I mean, it's kind of like, I know I'm right, but I kind of can't convey that, and I can't kind of prove it. And I'm kind of left in a position where some people either get it or they don't, and it is just a flag on a rock. It's an Irish flag. What could be wrong with that? So I know what I'm dealing with, and I take the step. I go, no, do you know what? I'm gonna fucking raise the flag anyway, which is a bit of a risk in a way for me to kind of say, to put myself out there for easy criticism in a way, right? And to have people excoriate me for it and all the rest of it. But I'm saying, well, I need someone to be talking about this. Nobody is, so I'm going to mention it. I'm going to stick the neck out a bit, basically, right? And I am sticking the neck out because maybe I know I'm not wrong, but in theory, maybe I'm wrong, and I'm open to be countered on that. Well, that was my theory. I based it on what some people could say is a hunch. That's not very healthy. You shouldn't be disrupting the narrative based on a hunch, and you've no proof, and you're being difficult or whatever it is, and you're naive or something. Well, and I tried to say at the time, well, look, Ezra Levant is around the place and they're all boosting it, and if you know, you know. But I don't have that much to go on. Even though I don't to the person who doesn't really get it, let's say, right? But anyway, let's see what's been going on since, just as an example. And again, like I say, I'm not going around the place calling people feds, or I don't know their motivations. I've described how it works. where you don't know where individuals' motivations are, right? Here we have, and there's a guy here, right? This is Dublin, right? And again, like I say, that caveat, I don't go around the place knowing what people's motivations are. I'm just dealing with what's in front of me, right? It's just a flag on a wall. What are you talking about, right? You're crazy. And then we go fast forward a few weeks, and we have a demonstration in Cork that's set up. It's pro-Ireland. It's Chuckiger law. It's pro-ERA, right? Against immigration. It's a pro-Irish anti-immigration demonstration with all the based cool people and all that, right? And you have a counter demonstration by pro-Palestine activists and Antifa and all the people we don't like. Now, it does turn out, and I don't know who, maybe it's Ezra Levant, maybe it's some people he was in touch with, maybe, I don't know, right? Like I say, I have to maintain I don't know at what stage these things come into being. That's the bit I can't speak to by the nature of it. But we learned that demonstration, which was countered by pro-Palestine activists who decided to come up to a bunch of patriots who were just standing up for their country, it turns out they're counteracted by a vicious, horrible, degenerate, left-wing, crazy group of pro-Palestine activists who counter-protest. And I've always been against the idea of a counter-protest, because if you have a message you want to deliver to the public, do your own thing. Why stifle another one, right? Same way we did protests against censorship outside the Dáil, and Antifa would show up to counter-protest us. It's like, why don't you just take whatever it is you believe and go do your thing, and we do our thing, and I'm not going to be following you around, right? I'm not going to be bringing loudspeakers to drown you out or create violence. Just do your thing. I'll advance my message all on my own, right? I don't need to harass you. So counter demonstrations are inherently dodgy, I think, right? And so this Antifa Palestinian mob are coming to counter protest people who just want to stop immigration, and not only that, it's just an anti-government anti-immigration march, very neutral, just a bunch of people with Irish flags. And Ezra Levant says he's lots to learn as he's flying into Ireland very generously to cover the demonstration, and he's moving and shaking with all the influencers and all that. It turns out that actually the pro-Palestine demonstration does that every week on that day, on that exact time, on that exact location, week in, week out, and have done so for like a year or two. So I don't know what exactly I'm saying went on or what the motives were. And I know nobody owns the Grand Parade at 1 p.m. on a Saturday. Sure, someone could say, right? But let's be real. That thing doesn't get done not knowing that the Palestinians do hold a demo there every weekend. You don't do your demo and not know that that's a pre-existing reality, right? You obviously do. And it turns out that the Palestinians and the Antifa were actually separate. So the vile Antifa hurling abuse or whatever at the pro-Irish thing, they were sort of distinct. They might have all met in the middle at some point, but they were distinct from the Palestinians, I'm going to call them, pro-Palestine people who, I believe, I'm open to correction, I wasn't there, sort of marched a bit of an independent route and weren't, strictly speaking, going there to hurl abuse and surround and attack the Irish thing. And then Ezra Levant goes on a big post after the fact and says, the Examiner are lying about the Patriots here in Ireland. They were counter-protested. They're not far-right. They're just patriots. And they were counter-protested by the pro-Hamas left-wing mob and all the rest of it, right? Now, all that stuff, as far as I'm aware, from what I've been told, is actually a lie. Ezra Levant is actually, every accusation is a confession, where it's actually, and I'm for the people who were in Cork protesting against immigration. Most of them there were sound. A lot of the organisers, I'm sure, are legit and all that stuff, right? But I'm just saying, at a definitional level, at an objective level, if you were to say, well, there was one group who were going to be there and another group came along and interfered on that time and that space and that place, objectively, even though I'm on their side, for the most part, it was the other way around, wasn't it, right? And Ezra Levant is accusing the Examiner of calling the Irish March right-wing or anti-immigration or far-right, saying that they're using loaded specific language to demonize one side and then using neutral language for the other to create this kind of con, really, in the terms of the narratives. When in reality, actually, it was the pro-Irish march was realistically an anti-immigration march, right? Obviously, which is just an objective description. And the other march, which wasn't really a counter-protest at all, perhaps the other way around, was a pro-Palestine, people saying stop the genocide and all this, right? He described it as pro-Hamas, the most heightened up, demonized language possible. So exactly what he's accusing, and of course he's a smart guy. He knows exactly what he's doing, right? How many people in that pro-Palestine march had signs saying, I love Hamas, go Hamas? No, like, that wasn't the case. It's generally just Palestine flags, stop the ceasefire now, all that kind of stuff. So it's just objectively a lie to describe it as a pro-Hamas march, the very thing he's accusing of being the other way around, right? That's not an accident. None of that is an accident. I don't know who's involved, who, whatever, but none of that is an accident. That is a beautiful setup. Most people involved, most people who attended, there for great reasons, is a great day, celebrate togetherness and oppose immigration, sure. But behind the scenes, we're talking checkers versus chess here. People like Levant and others who were operating there, flying all the way from Canada, right? Because he wants to, on a journalistic fact-finding mission, and to support Irish nationalism. Ezra Levant, all the way from Canada, hardcore Zionist. He doesn't know about any of that. The fact that he frames it in that way and arrives and the whole thing goes down that way, he doesn't know that at all, right? And any of his other allies and people involved, Kevin Posobiec and all the rest of them, right? Maybe there's a whole network of these people who are every other week are in Ireland on journalistic fact-finding missions. We're here to find out what's going on in Ireland. It's ridiculous. What are you coming here to find out? We're opposing immigration. The government are bringing in loads of immigrants. That's it, right? There's no big journalistic investigation needs to happen. That's a bullshit premise, right? You're here for something else, right? And that's how Cork went down. Anyway, at the Cork rally, this guy here, I don't actually have a screen share. It doesn't really matter. This guy here, this guy, and a lot of it focuses around this guy. So it's like, again, you're accusing this guy of being the big mastermind or some sort of operative. I don't know. I'm not. If it was a bunch of different people doing these things, I'd talk about different people and say, well, I don't know about any of them. The fact that I end up keep bringing up this guy is only because it's according to what I'm saying. Like, I didn't choose it to be this way, right? You know what I mean? In fairness, right? So at this thing, this guy, Dublin activist or whatever it is, comes down to Cork and unfurls a Zionist flag, Israel flag, at the event, right? And people say to me, he's just riling up the silly lefties, triggering the libs, right? And I go, okay, so I've mentioned Ezra Levant, I've mentioned this anti-pro-Palestinian thing that's going on. I mentioned all this based on the Rock and Mount Misery, and maybe I didn't have enough, and you said, you're crazy. Okay, fine, I'm crazy. But now we have this sort of funny Cork demo with other way around narratives being put on it by the likes of Ezra Levant. Pro-Hamas counter demo against the pro-Irish, which is exactly when I did my first stream about Mount Misery. I said, these interlopers will come in and they will frame it to perfection. Pro-Irish, pro-Palestine. Lefties, bad people we don't like, carry Palestine flags. Good people, us, people we do like, patriots, carry Irish flags, and the scene is set, right? I said, that's exactly what they're going to do. And what Ezra Levant comes in and does one better. He says it's a pro-Irish versus pro-Hamas march, right? And the pro-Hamas are counter-protesting the Irish one. Well, it's not quite like that, actually. You didn't tell us the other bit. And then at that, one of these figures unfurls a Israel flag. And then people tell me he's just goading the lefties. It's a bit of crack. I don't agree with it. We shouldn't have Zionist stuff. I agree. It was a silly move and it was ripped off them straight away. But like, he was just having a laugh, right? Okay, so you go and purchase a flag in advance to have a laugh of a foreign country even though we don't like foreign flags, we'd climb up mountains to paint. Okay, cool, I'm crazy. Grand, I'm crazy. It was just a laugh. All these are isolated things, nothing at all. That's all that is, the painting over things is. And that flag is unrelated. Like, I mean, that's a separate thing of someone being silly, but unrelated. And that was just a flag being painted over because of era, and we don't like lefties. Okay. And as relevant and all the rest of it. Then the same guy, no more than a week later, climbs up a building in Phibsborough with, must be a decent amount of paint, ladders, the whole setup, right? It's not something you do like randomly. You pull out a screenshot on your phone and wave it around. Bought the flag, did all the stuff. And again, are you accusing him of this, that, and the other being this? I'm not accusing. I'm just saying I'm observing what's going on. That's it, right? I don't know who or what anyone is, right? I don't know any of these people. I'm pointing it out, right? Same guy is up ladders a week later, painting over. Is it a foreign flag? Is it a sign that says "fuck Ireland"? Is it a sign that says "open borders forever"? Something like that. No, it's a text piece of graffiti in Phibsborough. Let me find it. Why is my mouse not moving back? That's a bit of a problem. My mouse is meant to move across the screens, but it isn't. That's definitely a problem. That makes it very hard to conduct this screen sharing thing. That's not great. Oh, there it is. So paints over a sign that says Zionist ambassador out, right? Now that's not a foreign flag. That's a piece of graffiti that says Zionist ambassador out, a very specific political slogan from people who don't like a foreign policy matter. But I mean, it's not a flag per se. It's not a foreign symbol. We can't have foreign things in Ireland. We can't. Okay, that was the Mount Misery thing. Fair enough. And the flag in Cork was just a laugh. Okay, but the same guy a week later is going up a ladder on a tall, dodgy building in Phibsborough, just because you do, to paint over with ERA, the flag, right, Irish flag, a symbol that it just says Zionist ambassador out. That's not a foreign flag. That's not left-wing slogan, strictly speaking, something that should offend us as ERA patriots. And it's all about just Ireland, no foreign, no this, no that. We're not Israel or Palestine. We're just ERA. No, it's just a Zionist ambassador. That doesn't compute to me. But I'm crazy. Okay, same guy carrying the flag. Then we have, and this is just one guy, I hate to focus in, there's more to this. Then we have, another week or two later, and this is where it gets controversial, right? He'll say, I'm a pro-Muslim jihadi sympathizer, lefty operator, or something, whatever, right? Call me, or schizo, crazy. Or maybe so obsessed with the Jews that something like this. Then we have recently, when was it? Just a few days ago, in Dublin, we have this off the wall, and this is where some of the anons or whatever's online will say, Gerod's a cook, he's not a real hardcore nationalist like me. We have this objectively balmy sort of event in the GPO. It's about Muslims. So on the face of it, right, a bunch of low-key jihadi, crazy, bearded, aggressive Muslim men with scimitars are going to, and of course I'm exaggerating, right, for effect, but in essence, that's the sort of emotion that's conjured up, are marching across Dublin City to effectively take our GPO, right? A conquering Islamic army, effectively, right? And they're going to sort of besmirch our hallowed sacred ground of 1916, where our martyrs fought and died. This is effectively a religious site for us and our Christian Gaelic land or whatever, right? Even though it's just like, as much as I like revere our patriot dead and martyrs from 1916, it is also just like next to the spire in the middle of the capital street of the city, gathering point. I've seen a lot of Chilean protesters protesting the Chilean government around there. I've seen Imran Khan supporters when he was ousted, Pakistanis there. I've seen Pakistanis and Indians in other locations shouting at each other. We have foreigners, they do things. We have all sorts of religious and political interest groups. Here's the bit people don't like to say. we do live in a multicultural society, right? People say, oh, Garrod said Garrod's Barack Obama with a mask on. No, I'm not saying I like it. I'm not saying I want it to be that way. I'm not saying it shouldn't be opposed in a lot of ways, but we just do, right? To go out your front door, walk around Dublin, there's a lot of people around there, and they'll be jockeying and doing their things, right? But that's not part of the story. What we have is a jihadi sort of conquering Muslim group that are going out of their way to piss on the Irish people, our legacy, our history, and basically threaten the heart of Dublin with their barbaric ideology and all this, right? That's what's painted. There are graphic posters and all sorts of stuff put out. I only half pay attention to it. I only know it on the day. I only kind of see it as it's happening. But I subsequently go back and look at the background. How did this get started? What kind of vibe? I see all the posting online. It's off the wall. The way people are talking about it. I get it. Muslims doing religious events in O'Connell Street, alienating, weird. I see why people oppose that. It's not that I don't get it, right? I get it to some extent. But I'm just taking a broader context, right? Of you could have on Dublin someday a bunch of Hindus with colour, powder, elephants or something. I used to live on Mountjoy Square, right? I was up and down that street almost every day. I saw all sorts of things. And bear in mind, right? And I'm not making light of it. And it is hallowed ground in a sense, right? Obviously. But this hallowed ground on a daily basis is literally surrounded by Roma gypsies, right? Beggars and some say criminal beggar networks and all this, right? If you know, you know. Junkies, say no more about junkies, but just junkies. And you really struggle to find an Irish person on that street who probably isn't a junkie. So you've junkies, gypsies, foreigners of every description, barely a normal Irish person, no disrespect to junkies, on that street. People naked, having nervous breakdowns, fights, all sorts of shit. I was on that street every day for years, right? And then you're walking down and you go, what's going on here? It's the Tibetan whatever, right, happening. And you go, Jesus, and more of this, like, you know, whatever. But it happens, it's regular. So, but this is different. This is a jihadi conquest, right? And it's not just mentioned and goes around online. There are certain figures and factions putting up posters, stop it, stop this, blah, 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 hyping it up to the absolute maximum rhetorically, right? And I see the chat is going on here. Do I have some opposition? Oh, see, this is the problem, right? Garrod is being pro-Muslim. No, I'm being objective about it, right? He said he was delighted about Muslims walking up to the GPO. No, we have to be sane people here, right? And a lot of this is bots online and dodgy actors coming out with this vitriol. It doesn't make sense. I'm just describing it. So I see this concerted drama campaign on this Muslim thing. It's going to be like the craziest Muslim invasion you've ever seen. And then I look into it and I go, first off, I go, what was it going on? Because I've seen the counter demo. This is our country. This is ERA, all that. And there's people there I'm not a class snob, raised on a council estate. I'm certainly not rich now. All the rest of it, right? He's talking fancy on YouTube. He thinks he's better. No, but like, let's just be real, right? A lot of lads in tracksuits, nothing wrong with that necessarily, but a lot of lads in tracksuits with Irish flags tied around them like capes. Reportedly, a lot of people drunk. This is in the middle of the day on a working day, Friday. Reportedly, not a lot, but some people drunk. Caveat, because people are basic, right? I'm sure a lot of the people there were there for sincere reasons. They had a legit grievance to some extent, obviously. And there were decent people there. That said, right? But I'm saying there's a notable tone of a lot of people there with tracksuits on, the thing tied, probably after a couple of cans. I heard about people pissing on the street. And people are almost, it looks like, raring for a fight. This is our country. We stand and hold this ground. And there's a lot of people there who probably would fight, right? And someone says, more than you do, Garrod. Grand. But that's the atmosphere there. An absolute fanatical crowd, or not everybody, but that's the general tone there on a Friday in the middle of the day, waiting. And then I go, okay, so I'm seeing this. I see bits of it, and I go, what is this? This is off the wall. And I see people, some of these bot or like anon accounts posting online, hyping it up, and I go, okay, right. I'll just do fact finding here. I'm not, you know me. I have my background about the flag and the Zionist influence. Obviously, I come into it with bias, and I am looking for that angle a bit, but I'm also being objective. I'm not going to shoehorn in things where they don't exist, right? You know what I mean? I'm objective and clear thinking enough for that. But I go, but I will investigate. I'll just go, what was this? What was that? See what happened. I don't know. So I start grokking and looking up. I go, what was the thing? We're like, what were they protest? I'm seeing the counter protest, but what's the demo? Give me the goods here. So what's the demo? It's it's actually very hard to find out what it is for a while. I eventually see then it's called Muraham or Murakam or something. Don't care, but it's a Muslim religious ritual type thing. Okay, so that's what it is. Oh, it's a Shia thing. Interesting. It's a Shia thing. It's been held in Ireland for several years. No major event, no major aplomb, no major jihadi threats or whatever. And just another one of these. Oh, there's the Tibetans on Dame Street again, you know, or whatever. Just like another one of these things, really. If we're being objective, nothing out of the ordinary. Whether you like it or not. And it's yeah, it's a Shia thing, and I go, Shia, that's interesting. I bet it was like basically an anti-Zionist demo, wasn't it? Like by proxy. And sure enough, I find the Facebook video, and it's a bunch of Muslims standing around. It's a lot of women and children. They look fairly, and this is again caveat. Garrod simping for Muslims. He's trying to demonize the Irish side as much as possible and elevate the other side as much. I'm not. I'm just describing what the fuck was going on, right? I'm not going to be some sort of hype man liar about this, right? That's just what it was. Watch it for yourself. In fact, we will. The Muslim thing was Muslims. They're dressed. The women are dressed in the thing or whatever, and they're all like brown, right? They're like from wherever. Most of them actually have Irish accents, but you know they're ethnically foreigners, and they're obviously Muslim. And they're standing there by the former central bank, and they have a little amp and a mic and a few signs and a ton of Palestinian flags. And they start talking about justice and Imam Hussein or whatever, their prophet, and the Zionist regime in Palestine and the genocide and all that stuff. And it's really just a ton of Palestine flags. If you walked by and you didn't know any better, you'd go, that's just a Muslim kind of anti-Zionist demo. With a religious premise, you know, it's their thing or whatever. It's a combination of kind of the two. And you go, it's a Shia thing, and they're allegedly all meant to be beating their chests or whatever. Well, this thing has been held for years, and if you're going to be doing posters and all that, you probably might know that we've never seen that in the years gone by, but someone accidentally got the idea that it was going to be this big, scary Muslim thing, even though there was no basis to that, really. But no, they just, well, you can see how accidents happen. One person, okay, just like all the other stuff. Yeah, I'm crazy. So you have this Muslim demo that is not at all, whether you like it or not, is not at all what it's painted out to be, right? It's actually quite small, kind of like, you know, just like any kind of gathering. There's a little amp, there's a bit of feedback. People are standing there very tamely in the crowd. There's little speeches, reading off a piece of paper, whatever, right? And I'll get to the thing my critics I want to mention now in a second, but that's what it is. Obviously, just it's not threatening. It's a foreigner thing. You might not like those happening in the city, sure, but it's really just another foreignery thing. What it is notably is an anti-Zionist thing from Shia. Shia, not necessarily Iranian. Not all Shia are Iranian, not all Iranian are Shia, but of course there's a link. And it's some Shia society did it. They ended up not going to the GPO, understandably. But it was what it was. Then I go to the Irish demo, and again, you go, oh, so you're trying to fill in a narrative. You're trying to let the Muslims off the hook, right? And you're trying to demonize the Irish. Why would you do that? Are you an operative Garrod? Are you a Muslim? Yeah. But I look into it, and I'm not going to shoehorn in something, right? And I go, I know I've been around for years. I know how protests get going and stuff. Someone pushes it, right? They don't just spontaneously kind of happen. They do in Carrickmacross because there's a local incident and whatever. That was a totally organic local thing or whatever. But these kind of things don't really come together just magically. Someone put it out there, someone pushed it, and then of course other people come along, and so it's hard to tell. So I go on like a little forensic, little chronological dig, like where does it go back to, right? Like where does the first person mention it and say we have to save our country, we have to save our sacred land, the Muslims are coming and all that stuff? Like, I'm just curious, like, where did that come from? Like, and sure enough, he might just be a guy I disagree with. I didn't choose for it to be this way. As far as I could see, the original public mention of this thing, I'm open to correction, was this gentleman. That they're marching to our sacred, all this kind of stuff. And from there, then there's all these graphics and Muslims, the invaders, the conquerors, the jihadis, all the rest of it, right? Which is totally just out of step with reality. It is, right? And it's this guy, the guy who was just flying a Israel flag at this demo in Cork to have a laugh, right? Same guy, and was going out of his way up a building with a ladder to paint over not a foreign flag, but a sign that says Zionist ambassador out, is organizing a hardcore hyped up counter rally against what is in effect Muslim ritual and all that aside, which is what is in effect an anti-Zionist Shia demo. Now we know who don't like anti-Zionist Shias. But I'm crazy, and the thing being painted over. So when I started out with the painting over the flag in Mount Misery, oh, it's just a flag, it's just a whatever. Like, I would just say, at what point, I'm not saying this guy is this or this guy is that, I don't know, but I'm just saying, at what point, like, whether it's this guy or someone else or whatever, at what point would there be enough sort of individual incidents that are just what they are? Are they just what they are before sort of someone at least says, oh no, like, that's a bit funny? Like, I'm not asking for a grand acknowledgement of a certain set theory, but just like, it's a bit funny. And like, how did I know when Mount Misery was being painted over and it's just for era, and it's not pro-Zionist, it's just against a foreign flag, they're lefties. I went out on a limb, as they say, to say, no, I think there's a more sophisticated chess versus checkers thing going on here, lads, and I think you're playing checkers big time. I put myself out, right? No, it's not a Zionist thing. There's no Israel. No, I hate both of them. They're both foreign or whatever. Okay. Well, that suits Ezra Levant grand. He's happy with that. There he is on Cork at this like lied about dynamic of an event. Oh, there's a guy flying a flag. Oh, wait. Oh, he's just having a laugh. Oh, there he is the next week up a ladder painting over Zionist ambassador out. Oh, there he is the next week setting up a fanatical counter demo against like what is a small little parochial little procession thing, and all the rest of it, right? And here's where the counter jihad gets a bit off the wall. And here's where I take another risk, right? And here's Garrod taking obvious evidence of Muslim conquest and downplaying it. I'll do it anyway, right? You look at this Muslim demo, and again, I have to caveat: do I like that this stuff's happening in Ireland? No, I want Ireland to be Irish, right? This is how did we get to this point? I get it. I don't want Islamization. I get it, but let's just put everything into context and like be sane people here, right? We look at this. Next couple of minutes. I'm not asking you to like it. I'm just asking you to go. Versus, I'm just asking you like versus what it was painted out to be. I'm not asking you to like it. I'm not asking you to say you love Muslims. I'm not asking about any of that. I'm not asking you to say you love Palestine or that you're mad skeptical of Jewish influence or any of that. I'm just saying, compared to what it was made out to be by people who went out of their way, they didn't make it out to be a certain way by accident. People use their initiative to do things. You don't just make a poster. You don't just make a video. Hey, everybody. You don't do any of this stuff just like in a vacuum. You do things, you take the initiative. People went out of their way to push hard for this to be a certain thing. Basically like some marauding, Arabian army or whatever, right? And just look at what it is. So again, you don't have to love it, but just, is it?
Dear brothers and sisters,
if I walked past that in Dublin, I'd go, whatever, right? Just another one of these
this is
interest
a
groups,
peaceful
some
demonstration.
religion, some whatever.
This peaceful demonstration is just for
And you need to pay attention because this is key here, and this is a subjective interpretation I'm giving you here, and you can take it for what you will. You can call me a big jihadi if you want, right? Notice from the start the guy is saying, and I'm open to, okay, so you're putting the worst spin on the Irish, and I'm not. I'm trying to just say what this is. I'm trying not to be a hardcore nationalist. You just play on the team and you say what you got to say. I'm trying to zoom out to just like an average Irish person who no major dog in the fight, who just looks at it critically and says, what's going on here, right? You notice from the start here, and this is in fairness to them, right? Would I have these people deported? Maybe a lot of them, right? I'm against immigration. These people probably do if they're home countries. We don't have a home country anymore. Immigration-wise, I'm all whatever. But just on the specific nature of the religious threat or any of that, or the conquering violent mob or something, they are going out of their way because they are aware of this thing on O'Connell Street and of the narrative about them or whatever. You could say, an objective observer could say, well, they are flying Irish flags and they are sort of at pains to say, this is a peaceful thing, we come in peace sort of shit, right? And this is where the next bit is. By the way, like I said, looks pretty middle class, not a bunch of some of these asylum center scumbags or whatever, right? These people are probably pretty normal in the grand scheme of things for what they are. A lot of women, a lot of children. Definitely not some army of bearded men with scimitars. A lot of Palestine flags, kids, not shouting, nothing crazy.
in the next couple of minutes, we are going to start.
Their sign says some quote like, if you don't have faith or fear of the hereafter, then at least be free from tyranny and ignorance, right? Like, again, I'm not a Shia expert or whatever, but sage enough words. I suppose most people of any religion or none might agree with that, right? And so it's a pretty neutral, sort of agreeable enough message on the front. A lot of Palestine flags, a lot of families, pretty quiet. Irish flags as well.
Dear brothers and sisters, I want your attention. This is a peaceful demonstration.
This is a peaceful demonstration.
This peaceful demonstration is to support the people of Palestine. This peaceful rally.
Peaceful rally, going to great pains, right? Obviously, to keep saying this over and over again. It's a peaceful demo, whatever.
Is to promote the peaceful message of Imam Hussain alayhi salam. We are peaceful Irish citizens.
We are peaceful Irish citizens, right? Now, up until this point, if you were objective, if you weren't like on the counter jihad, mind melt brigade, right? You would just say, okay, if anything, he's kind of trying to say we're peaceful Irish citizens, we're here peacefully or whatever. And this is where he hams it up a bit, right? Or ham-fisted. He becomes ham-fisted, right?
This is our country.
Here we go.
This is our land. We love Ireland more than any other Irish.
There we go. That's the soundbite, right? So in context, he's saying, we're peaceful, we're here peacefully, we love Ireland. And then he says, we love Ireland, we're here peacefully. And he says, this is our land, and this is our country. We love Ireland more than any other Irish, right? On its own. And what happened basically is these people posted it and said, here, look, this is it. Complete justification. Now, they can all call me a Muslim sympathizer or whatever. You're just anti-nationalists. But people said that was the words of a conquering, smarmy invader person. Basically, like, it was a message to the Irish people. This country belongs to us. We own this country. Fuck you. We're taking over, something like that, right? And that's the message that went out. And yet, I find myself kind of going, if you're primed to hear it that way, you can hear it that way. Sure. It's definitely poor choice of words, I suppose. And it sounds off. And if you're a nationalist, and if you're against this Muslim thing and all the rest of it, then you can hear it that way for sure. But if we're being objective, someone could easily hear that and say, it's a person in a foreign country. Do I like that all these Muslims are here? It shouldn't happen. They shouldn't be here. Should a lot of them go home within reason, in an orderly fashion? Sure. But if you're in a foreign country and you're a foreigner by extraction, and you're heavily opposed by a certain faction there, and there's a tension, and you're going to great pains to say, we're peaceful, like, we're not scary, crazy jihadis trying to attack people, we're not bad guys. And you have sort of broken English. Have you ever heard a taxi driver, a kebab man say, I love this more than anything, or something like that, right? Kind of garbled a way you or I wouldn't say it as fluent speakers. You can easily take that as a person within the context of what he says before and after, as he's basically, through sort of broken English, saying, this is our country, as in, like, we are not people of another country, the scary foreigner thing. Like, this is our country. We love the country, and whatever. Now, do I care that he's laying it on thick if that's what he meant? I don't care, whatever. But just there's a fair enough equal interpretation where you could go, he's saying, we love Ireland, we love this country, this is our country, as in, like, we don't have other allegiance, we love this country. So I know you think we're big scary people or whatever, but we're actually here, we come in peace, this is a peaceful demo, we love this country, this is our country, as in, like, this is our country, this is the country that we love or respect or whatever, not some other country. And we love Ireland, and we love Ireland more, and you go, I love it more than anyone else, I love it more than anyone could love it, that sort of thing. And just, it's garbled, it's poor English, it's ham-fisted, but the tone of it, he didn't start and say, these Irish natives think they own this place, but they don't know that we're the ones taking over. If there was continuity in what he was saying before and after, and if he wasn't sort of tripping over his words, because he's obviously not great at English, then in that case you could say, oh well, it's part of a continuous, aggressive, smarmy, Dr. Al-Qadri style rhetoric. The Muslim saying, these people are dying off. We will conquer them by the womb. We will conquer them by the sword. If that was the vibe and he said those words, you'd go, okay, grand. Obviously, we know what he means there. And someone could say, are you a mind reader? So you were just choosing to give him the most generous interpretation. I'm not. Maybe he did. Maybe he meant it in the most conquering, smarmy, replacement way ever. He might have. Again, I'm not a mind reader. I don't know. But an objective person there watching it, and not a nationalist who's like hyped up on the sword-wielding Muslims that are coming to the GPO looking for their golden moment or whatever, might just listen to that and go, I don't know, I think he's just saying he loves the country and he loves Ireland or whatever, and then a certain little bit of the wording, if you wanted to really take it the most negative way, you could, but I don't think he means it that way. Then the hardcore counter jihads would say, no, it's definitely the most hostile. It's like, you have to fucking relax and step back and go, there's a lot of hostile foreigners. There's a lot of hostile foreigners that say hostile things. And there's a lot of Muslims who think that they're the future and all that, but not by definition. Every word that comes out of their mouth can be taken in the most fanatical interpretation as a fact. You can't just do that. And again, it's like why are you being generous to them? It's like, I'm not trying to be generous to them. I'm just trying to say, like, I mean, there's a possibility he meant it in this underhanded way or whatever, but there's like a huge possibility as well. He actually meant the exact opposite, basically, right? And the way it's kind of clipped and farmed around by all these people and then boosted in America, there's all these British vloggers and all this stuff boosting it around, this clip, and putting like maybe scary Muslim music behind it and all this stuff. It's just fucking off the wall. And so when there wasn't a big mob of bearded jihadis slapping their chests, having a big standoff against patriots in our country or whatever, the takeaway after the fact then was, oh look, there's this 5-second thing he said, you know, he meant this, and it's like, lads, fucking hell. And this all stems from this Shia anti-Zionist demo or whatever that in isolation would have been nothing, would have been just another one of dozens or hundreds of these small parochial little religious-y or national or political little protests that pop up. You walk by them in town every day of the week in Dublin, there's 25, 30 people in a corner somewhere with a little microphone. So if there was nothing made of it, that's kind of what it would have been. That's objective. Not I love Muslims, I hate ERA or anything like that. Just objectively, that's what it would have been. But it suddenly became this big, massive flashpoint. And I just, you know, again, people will, if there's anything, people will pick up on this stream and say, look at him, he's discredited now. It's me saying that. But I just feel like it's necessary to anyone who takes a step back from the nationalist sort of brain rot and actually just says, like, let's actually be real about what this is here. Like, I didn't get into this to be a fucking like MK Ultra victim, right? I'm not just going, oh no, just shout for the team. It doesn't matter what really went on. It doesn't matter who really set it up and what they did the week before and the week before and the week before and what their connections might be or what influences they might have on them, or the fact that you have, I could go into more. I mean, now I'm just going off a bit. I'm interested in the chat. Does anybody just like, it doesn't have to be super chat, just normal chat there. Like, does anybody, because I feel like that's the jumping off point. That's where someone says, no. He was speaking in conquering anti-Irish, anti-white, intentionally malicious language, and there's no doubt about it. And to say otherwise is siding with the enemy or something like is that what it is, or am I, do I have a point there, like in the context of the whole thing? Someone says Codswallop, if they love the country they would assimilate. Well, they're fucking Muslims. Like, I don't know what you want. Like, again, there's another defense of Muslims. I'm not defending them. I don't love loads of Muslims being in Ireland, but they are Muslim. Like, that's their religion. I don't know, like they spoke English, they brought Irish flags, they said we love Ireland, and they're just wearing their garb and whatever. Like, I wouldn't love if Tibetans or Muslims or any other group, I don't love the fact that they have their stuff on, and I get all that, but like, you know, I the fact that it is what it is like alienating and the rest of it. But like, at the same time, they are here, that is their religion, and they're doing their thing. Much like if I found a Tibetan thing, I keep using them, let's say, and they had like funny songs and funny hats or whatever, I don't know, I might be like, oh Jesus, this is modern Ireland or whatever, this is how it is, like, fuck's sake, we need to turn back the tide and the rest of it, sure, immigration wise. But in terms of becoming hyper fixated on exactly what they believe, exactly what they're wearing, believing that they're some conquering hostile army when it's not, it's just some Tibetan guys in a hat for the most part. And yeah, they're backed up by NGOs. And yeah, bear in mind, I'm the guy 10 years ago who was all counter jihad. I don't think all that's not true. Some of it's true, but it's the same with Indians tribed up buying houses in West Dublin, and they come with their religion and they come with their identity, and they'll happily take over an estate and replace it, and that's part of the game with like all these groups: Africans, Muslims, Hindus, Chinese. Think how ethnocentric and like the Chinese are, and the rest of it. And you could say, well, the Muslims are worse in this way. I know, yeah, sure, but like the Roma Gypsies are certain in another way, and like I'm the one who's taking it fairly equally. Like I'll say, yeah, all these critiques in context. I'm not the one being a fanatic about one particular thing, completely out of step with reality, in league with this obvious Zionist right-wing control matrix, right? You know, I hope I'm sort of someone says the threat level was overcooked. And you know what? I was on a chat or whatever, and I said I was arguing this, not arguing, like discussing this with people, saying the threat level was overcooked. And with respect, some of the people I was talking to were saying, yeah, it was overcooked, but like, you know, that's just how these things go. Sometimes, like, you know, one person, Chinese whispers, like, you know, it just gets that way or whatever. I just disagree. It doesn't just get that way. It's so out of step with the reality. It doesn't just get that way magically. You know, it is kind of made that way, right? And then you go, yeah, okay, maybe someone made it that way, but maybe they were whatever. They just, you know, they're head up on Muslims, fair enough, or whatever. I wouldn't go putting all this Zionist stuff into it or whatever, like this big schizo theory or whatever. I think that's a bit too far. I agree with you up to a point, but then it's just, you know, too much that you link it into all this other stuff. Okay, so the guy who set it up, though, was the guy who was up a wall painting over a Zionist ambassador out a week before, and a week before that he was waving an Israel flag down in Cork, a Cork demo that was misframed intentionally by Ezra Levant, who was not long before in Coolock. Does that ring a bell? I hate to focus on Levant, he's not the only one, but Ezra Levant in Coolock, when I heard that, I thought, does that not just speak for itself? Like, does that just not like kind of like fall off the tongue kind of weird? Ezra Levant is in Coolock. He's presumably flown from Canada to go to Dublin to hook up with people and to make allies and all this kind of stuff and get into Coolock. The same Coolock Says No group, right? And I was all for Coolock, defended them, obviously, and most of the people in Coolock pushing back against the centre were great patriots, victimised by the guards. And Coolock Says No, the group, who knows what exactly that is? It's not exactly official, but I'm sure a lot of the people in and around that group are just activists in Coolock. Fair play to them. But so I'm speaking loosely here. I don't know who's who or what's what with that. But some of the figures around Coolock Says No were going out of their way to put up posts with their, like, sitting there with a can or something, right? Going, fuck Palestine, fuck the left. This kind of stuff. Lots of that coming out of Coolock Says No. The same Coolock Says No. This stream is going to go on, I'm afraid, right? I have to be up very early in the morning, but whatever, I'm here now. The same Coolock Says No, who went up to Belfast, I believe, to do a Unite the Tribes with Loyalists, which is just, we'll get into that. But, like, you know, why? Like, just why? I'll get into that in a while, right? But why is it that every dodgy character, sort of, always comes with the same grab bag of very fishy and sort of bizarrely counterproductive acts and attitudes? I don't know, right? But Ezra Levant was out in Coolock, cozying up. He was also down in Cork with the guy waving the Israel flag. No, he was just having a laugh off the left. He was having fun, but he was just provoking thing, and it was torn off him, and it was nothing. You know what I mean? Forget about it, you schizo. Okay, but he was up painting over, not a flag, but Zionist ambassador out, and then a week later cooking up this fanatical reaction to nothing, basically, right? To a Shia anti-Zionist small little gathering. Do you think, I'll just say it, the Jews, right, the Zionists, do you know the way they follow the anti-racist ones, the majority of them, the non-far right, the way they track and follow, the way the ADL, they micromanage, and through the likes of Mark Malone, not officially, I'm just saying spiritually, right? These NGOs, all these Antifa are spiritually Jewish, it's Zionist, right? That's where that stuff effectively comes from. That ideology, that approach, stalking, harassing, micromanaging, all that, screenshotting every last thing, building up profiles and all that on every small little. There's a far right group in Ireland called Ireland Forever, and it's got 10 followers, and they have it dissected down to the last, right? Do you not think they have the Imal Boob or whatever it's called society? Yeah, in Ireland tracked that they're Shia. They're probably, a lot of them are Iranian, and they're having their anti-Zionist demo under the pretense, under the guise, to some extent, of their Imam Hussein martyr procession or whatever. But we know they're all there. Just like with the way right-wingers get together in town or something for the Libertarian Society, and they're all there talking about the 241,000, and they're talking about human biodiversity, and they're talking about the fucking gypsies, and they're talking about everything, right? They're racist, so to speak. But they're there on the premise of efficient small government and private road networks or something. They're there like that. And the stalkers, who the Antifa or the NGOs, they know full well what's going on with these libertarians, right? The libertarians know it, the far right know it, the Antifa know it, they all know that this so-called libertarian gathering, where they all meet up and they do a small demonstration, they go to the pub afterwards and they all talk away, that the people there are really there for their hardcore nationalism, and that's clocked by the watchers, right? The same watchers will have this Shia society, no official connection to Iran, no official connection to anything. We're here for Imam whatever, but we're all talking about Israel and Zionists and this and that, and probably half of them are Iranian. Do you not think the Zionist lobby have that clocked to the absolute last, and they see when that demonstration's coming up, and they don't go, well, we have our half-cooked little color revolution group that we've been brewing up for the last couple of years, let's fucking sick them on them, right? And then you go, okay, so you're accusing the Dublin guy of, he was called up by Ezra Levant or whoever, right? And given a bag of silver and told to go. I don't know, maybe he just buys into it. I don't know, maybe some other conduit texted someone else, I don't know the background, I'm not magic, right? But I'm just saying, from the upper level, do you not think that that's the case? Let's just be real, right? Where's your evidence? None of this can be evidence. The nature of it being surreptitious or covert, I can't, right? You just look at the shadow that's cast. You can't see the object, but you can see the shadow, and you can determine from that, right? You just look at the motive, the means, the results, everything, and you just say, come on, I mean, define evidence, you know? And while we're in the middle of like an Iran war, Israel is basically at war with like Iran, Palestine, Lebanon, all that stuff, right? You know, anyway, is there anything else I wanted to? I could go on and on and on. I'll just see if there's anything else to look at. I wish I could I wish I could just basically talk to you all actively and just have people chime in. I don't know. Yeah, so someone says Kulak stands with the real Irish, so should you and all the posh speaking people. Again, the usual. Like, I even sat here this a while ago. Like, I just don't buy it. Like, I'm not saying everyone is an op and everyone's a bot who criticizes me or whatever, but like a lot of these arguments, I am getting a lot of funny anons. I post some of this like Zionist skeptical stuff, and people come in with the same shit. Or there should be no Israel or no Palestine, but actually the Muslims are bad, and actually there should be no Palestine stuff. That's left, all this kind of stuff. And it's always the same people, it's always the same people who I go into their replies. They have an account that's like 2 months old. They have no followers. And then I go into their replies and they're giving the same bit of PR to like other people in the same way. And they're even doing like, do you know what? I am against the Jews as well. Like, they own the banks, but also like the Palestinians are really bad. So like this whole thing of like, you know, acting the neutral or something, but who are you? What is this argument? Why am I seeing it wall to wall? It's so set. This is the bit that kind of you do sound crazy on, because I can't kind of take a million things I've read over weeks and years, and sort of just it's something, if you're just online, to see it, you get a sense of it. But anyway, I'm sure some of the people are sincere people. I'm not saying, I don't overcook it here, but to me, it's just the whole thing is so patently obvious. Now I could get into something else, and this is I need to know where to wrap this up, don't I? But yeah, I was talking about the Zionist. I'll just briefly do this. This is funny, right? The Zionist, the way I was like on the brink of being like a Zionist shill, because I was surrounded by all of that for a time. And you have this guy who is like Alan Shatter's like protege, went to a thing and waved an Israeli flag and tried to provoke the anti-Palestine people. And he's meant to be a sort of vaguely right-wing, like a cartoon character of a shill for Israel. Literally a protege of Alan Shatter, Cian O'Mahony, shows up talking about it's the only free country in the Middle East and blah, 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 and starts waving like it. I think you've probably all seen that, but it's just off the wall, the type of people they create like this. I'm fucking glad I had the integrity not to go down that road, but I won't even bother playing that. Here's another example, just on the Muslim thing, right? I don't want to make it all about defending Muslims, but it's just a bit fucking nuts the way some of this stuff happens, and it is downstream from Zionists. Muslims, you can critique them all you want. What I'm trying to say is, if I can do a hand representation, right, up to here, from here to here, your reservations about Islam and your fear of Islam and the rest of it, right, is totally warranted. Anyone who says otherwise is a liberal progressive dhimmi, right? Dhimmi, taqiyya, jizya. I know all the shite that like Zionists tell you, half of which is a projection. Let's be real. But up to there, there's obviously truth to it, and that's it. And then all the way over to here is Zionist propaganda and fanaticism and indoctrination, and you actually look like an idiot, and it's just totally out of step. It's actually kind of off the rails from nationalism. Like, we're over here talking about immigration, we're being rational about it though, being realistic about it, and there you are, like a fucking brainwashing victim having a heart attack over like something that in the broad scheme of things isn't actually the case, right? That's the reality, right? And if you say, well, how you're saying that, you're naive about Islam. I was that, right? I've been there. I wrote big long essays about Islam and jizya and Sharia and blah, 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 and the conquest and all that. I fucking know. You can't tell me I don't know. So I have enough experience to delineate what is legit fear, basically, or whatever, and what is totally Zionist propaganda, and your head is being addled with, right? And that's what this is, a lot of it. I'm just checking in on you. I appreciate that. Garrod is the only stream on YouTube I check into. I appreciate that. But yeah, anyway. No, it was just, here's another example. A few months ago, this is a true story, right? I wouldn't post otherwise. I'll read it. I said, brought my toddlers to a rural Irish playground this evening. Without exaggeration, every last person there besides us was Muslim. No men, women in full garb, and not a word of English spoken. Buggies galore, maybe 40 in all. I don't have it out for Muslims, and they seem like decent people, to be fair, but context is everything. I was there for an hour, and in that time, a few Irish stragglers came and went. The stunned looks on their faces was something to behold, a rare sort of expression and body language that was reserved and yet said everything. It was a bizarre scene. If you ask me, well, how did we get to this point? A lot of these people could be deported. It's not even cruel. Look, you have your country. This should never have happened. It can be done peacefully, whatever, right? I'm an anti-immigrant, mass immigration activist, whatever. But like, and here I am with a tweet that went like viral, basically saying these Muslims were there. What the fuck? There was like 40 of them, and I'd no word of a lie. I went to this playground, which was not even that big, and there were like 40 people there. It was like you had to slap yourself in the face and go, am I tripping? Have I taken something? Like, I've seen foreigners around. I've seen where it's a lot of foreigners. I've seen where it's mostly foreigners, and that's remarkable. But this is all, not just foreigners, but all Muslims. Like, is there some circus coming to? What's going on? Am I on telly? Am I on candid camera? You know? And then I saw the Irish people come and sort of roll up with their buggies and be like, the same look, like, because I was like watching it dawn on their face. I was like, well, this is mad. But that's what I saw, and I'm bemoaning it basically, right? And I'm saying they're there in their garb and they're not speaking English and they have tons of kids. With the demographic point, they're having a lot of kids. So I'm basically lamenting it. And because I say, just as a small caveat, I don't have it out for Muslims, especially, and they seemed like decent people. There's just noted that these right-wing fucking brainwashing victims start attacking me, right? They don't say, oh yeah, crazy or whatever, that's mad, we don't want loads of Muslims everywhere, you know, because it's Ireland. They say, you're a dimmy, you're a cook, you're a this and that and the other. Yeah, that's the weak mentality, that's why Ireland will fall. All these random Yanks and bots or whatever the fuck, right? Or just like, you know, dumb brainwashing victims are coming in with this sort of hardcore militant attitude to such a minor sort of throwaway comment within the broader thing. They can't handle it because they're so brainwashed about the Muslimics or whatever that they can't just say, well, like this would have been the same if it was Indians. You know, if there was 40 Indians there, I would have said like the same thing, and I would have also said, well, they seemed all right. And people were saying, how do you know they were decent people? You're going out of your way to defend them. It's like, I just tweeted that it's fucked up that they're all there. How am I like defend? Do you know what I mean? I'm just saying they seemed like decent people. Yeah, how do you know? Did you talk to them all? It's like, no, I was there and they were nice enough. Like, you know what I mean? I said this to someone. At one point, my daughter's a baby, right, a little baby. Her nose was running. She had a runny nose, a little bit of a cold or something, or just a runny nose. And I didn't have a tissue. Her nose was running. And I was like, I'm going to be home in 2 minutes. I'll go home and clean her up, or, you know, just give her a little wipe. I don't have one right now. I'll do it in a sec. But this Muslim woman, and because they don't really talk to men, you know, so she kind of went out of her way, because it's not really right to be going up to, like, making contact with men, whether you like that or not. Oh, that's not liberal. Forget that. Just, she came up with a pack of tissues and offered me one. And I said, thanks very much. I took it and I wiped her nose. And the people there were like they didn't seem like scumbags. I'll be very quick to say there was a bunch of foreign fucking scumbags somewhere, right? They weren't, right? And I'm pointing out that I don't like that this is the case, right? And it's fucking lamentable and it's fucked up. But like, I'm just noting, because it would be wrong to not say they, like, as people on the spot, they were all right. And I don't like have it out for them. I don't like grit my teeth and go, I hate you or whatever, but I don't like the situation. And I'm trying to say that in spite of them being decent and in spite of them being nice enough and all that, they don't need to be monsters, right? That's not actually necessary, right? Especially if they're not, like, as in reality, right? But the commentary after are like going, fuck the reality. You have to hate them. And I started saying to people, why do I have to hate them? Like, why do I have to hate those specific people there? Like, I'm not insane. Like, you know what I mean? I'm a nationalist. I'm against immigration, but I'm not a fucking lunatic, and I'm not a liar, and I'm not some sort of fanatic. Like, do you know what I mean? So, like, why do you require this sort of hyped up thing? Anyway, that was just one example of it where I was like, this is weird. Like, it's not like I said, I love Muslims, they're great, I love them being here. I said the opposite of that, basically, right? In essence, like, I'm not for this. They shouldn't be here. It's alienating. They shouldn't be here in those numbers where that's possible. Such a scene is possible, is what I'm saying. And I just note that they were actually all right. It's in spite of that's the case. And fuck me, like, let's see some comments. They're not decent people, they're invaders. Well, like, no, they were invited here basically by the government and by the regime. We get back to the question, which regime, which type of government, which type of sovereign, which type of historical baggage brought us to where we are, and it keeps us where we are. Was it Simon Harris? No. Was it Muslims? Nope. It was someone else, right? They're not decent people, they're invaders. Well, no, they just immigrated here because they can. And probably most of them are sound. Same with asylum seekers, right? A lot of them are dangerous, unvetted men. Do I want them here? I've campaigned for years and years and fucking years to stop them, right? But I'm sure a good number of them, I don't know how many, a good number of them are grand, right? Like, why does it have to be this mental fight thing or whatever, where you're at O'Connell Street for an imaginary invade or army that are coming to attack you or whatever? You know, that's just a broader point. Anyway, this is important before I lose you, right? This all stems back to the Zionist indoctrination, right? And you could say, okay, so the Zionist indoctrination is being wary of foreigners and countering Muslims and countering the left. Like, what's wrong with that? Do you know what I mean? Like, even if you're onto something there, like, it's not just what we're looking to be or whatever. And I'd go, well, yes, being ethnocentric. A little quote of mine I love to say is, it's possible to be ethnocentric and not retarded at the same time. FYI, right? It is actually possible. Like, so there's normal people in normal society who are normal, and they're not ethnocentric. At least they're not publicly that way. And then you have people who are ethnocentric, and it becomes this grab bag of being a fucking nutcase, right? Or like retarded. I don't know if YouTube likes that. But, like, you know, it is possible to be like, most people in the world are ethnocentric. People in China who don't do any anti-immigration activism because they just don't need to, they're ethnocentric. Africans are ethnocentric. Levantine people are ethnocentric. Jews certainly are ethnocentric. Like, I'm just an ethnocentric human being who likes my country and grew up in it, and I have qualms against everything that's happening, and my quest is for, like, justice, truth, just fairness, right? And my country, because I too, like all the rest, are ethnocentric, and I can't deal with the lies and all the rest of it. But I don't need to be some sort of twat, you know. It's just, I don't know, a crazy idea. But and I don't need to look at every foreigner and go, there they are now plotting to steal another child and bomb somewhere. You know, it's not to say that crimes don't happen, and clearly there's crime correlation with immigrants and all this kind of stuff, and it's not right and we want to stop. But, like, this kind of stuff is just, like, one, just not true, and two, repulsive, and three, is part of the stirring up people toward a certain end, and it's all usually related with Muslims, the left, Palestine, and all that, and it's coming straight fucking from Zionists. Now, the point I want to make about that is, if the Zionist thing is kind of trying to boost some of the things we would be for anyway, we are kind of against the crazy left, we're against, like, not all foreigners, but we're against the foreign replacement, and Muslims, chauvinistic, aggressive Muslims, we're against that too. So, like, what's the harm? Like, just roll with it, you know. Why the big tortured reaction to it, Garrod? I'll tell you now in just a second. Just a no nicotine switch there. But the reason why, okay, and this requires I'm looking forward to the super chats. This requires sort of a nuance as well, like even more nuance than is thus far, and it's a much broader political point. The reason I care about this is because, one, I know the Zionist nationalist bargain, which I've been around and seen inside out for years, right? I know that that's inherently corrupt. I know the classic argument people say, the Zionists being Jewish, right? Let's just say Jewish. They, as a group, and this is a generalization, someone go, I know there's a Jew somewhere who isn't like this. Well, I'm just saying, insofar as they have a political, discernible voice and effect as a group, that's what I mean by that, right? Not individual to individual. That's just one of these fallacies people have. But Jews, insofar as they are political and all the rest of it, right, are the flagship sort of replacement people, right, and have huge influence in the West and all the rest of it, and the World War II stuff and all that. That's the origin. Some of the biggest NGOs ever that have been going after nationalists are Jewish, and a lot of them are also Zionist, ethnocentric, like the settlers, basically, right? The irony, the whole thing. So just on its face, if you know anything about the wider lore, it's just not to be, right? It's not correct. The other thing is it's just not sovereign, right? You don't have, we talk about sovereignty in Ireland and Éire and our country and all that. But you can't have sovereignty if your sovereigntist nationalist movement is itself not really sovereign, right? If it's shot through with this I can't think of the word, it's late. This interloper, that's the one. This interloper group that are basically running things more than anyone else within the group itself or the movement itself is actually running things. They're basically the key hand, right? Well, that just doesn't work on principle. But more tangibly, the reason it doesn't work to Ireland specifically is because the Zionist hand that is guiding the nationalist movement very hard at the moment and has its talons in pretty hard, right? Trope alert. But they are doing so for a reason, right? And the reason is because I've described already, they want to neutralize the left and Muslims and pro-Palestine stuff, but it actually extends to the majority of the Irish population are pro-Palestine for various reasons, and that's not changing. But they want to interfere, signal jam, and neutralize that, and they need a movement to set it up, right? That's their interest. They don't come here, like Ezra Levant and all the rest of them, they don't come here because they're on, like I said, a journalistic fact-finding mission. What's there to find out? There's loads of immigrants being brought in. We don't want it. Like, end of story, right? I could have told you that on a DM. They're not here because they're promoting Irish nationalism, just because we want to it's a global crusade flying from Canada or wherever, and Michael Murphy doesn't come from the Telegraph, wherever he's from and lives, scoping around the place and writing like glowing articles about the anti-asylum movement, but shoehorning in at every opportunity the Paddy Stinian angle for the Telegraph, right? They're not all just doing that because they woke up and just said, I'm just going to help Ireland or something, right? That's just not the case. They're not just YouTube vloggers who are just looking for content. They're much bigger than that, right? They're here because they're trying to push what I'm saying they're pushing. The problem is, among others, is that I believe, personally, that nationalism needs to step away from partisanship and it needs to step away from fanaticism, right? It's not about compromising the reality, the truth, the views on the face of it, right? It's not about that. But it's about stepping away from fanaticism and grug shit, right? Try to step away from that, because the argument, like I said with that tweet, they're decent people, but the argument doesn't have to be rooted in blind jingoism. It just doesn't. It's low IQ to think that. The argument, there's a perfectly good argument on its own, right? Where you go, don't dislike people. I'm not like mind melt wary of every foreigner or whatever. I don't need to be. The argument on its own, on the grand scheme of things, is perfectly fine, right? And some of the micro things like the threat on a community level, that's true too as well, in context, right? Or in proportion, that's true as well. These things are all true, but the argument stands on its own without the exaggeration, right? And it stands on its own without the over the top, not nationalism, but over the top friend enemy distinction kind of thing with the foreigners type of thing. It doesn't need to be like that, because most normal people don't feel that way, really, right? That's the world we live in, and sort of for normal reasons too. That's human nature. People go, well, I don't think I'm walking out my door getting stabbed necessarily. I don't think Muslims are necessarily coming with machetes down to O'Connell Street. You know, I don't think that's the case. And yet I'm still against the changes happening in my country, and I'm wary of these groups have their own interests and they don't align with ours and all the rest of it. So I believe that nationalism needs to become a bit more normal without compromising, but just be more normal. It also needs to step over this left-right thing big time. Sure, some of the Paul Murphys, they're the left and we don't like them and all that. But leaning into that dynamic, and this is more important than anything, to me, is an absolute death blow to any movement of ours that we're trying to do. We really, really don't need to be doing that. The core issue is immigration and identity and sovereignty and socioeconomic well-being and the rest of it, right? That's a perfectly legitimate argument where you don't necessarily have to compromise. Someone says, Garrodi, you're a rationalist. I like it. Yeah, I'm being rational. And my goal, you say, well, why? What's the aim here? The aim would be to convince as many Irish people as possible to get on board as much as possible. Basically, like if you're not doing that, then kind of like, what are you doing? Yeah, right. Or well, we'll be a minority by then, or whatever happens. But like as time goes on, whether we're bigger or smaller, I need as many Irish people to be on board and have a holistic, solid worldview on this stuff, and it to be popular, and for it to be culturally ascendant, and for it to be inclusive, to use one of those words, right, of a lot of stuff and a lot of types of people and all that. It needs to be rational, and it needs to be approachable. Now, if you were doing that in Ireland, you need to get over the left thing. If someone says to you, oh, what are you, a right-wing nationalist or whatever, you go, I'm not any of those labels or whatever. I'm against, look at what's happening, right? And here's a fleshed out holistic worldview on it, taking in all sorts of other ancillary things, and it's coherent and it's fair, it's reasonable and it's legitimate. And yes, it's not just totally people pleasing. It's speaks plainly about what's happening. I think we've already crossed that barrier. That's almost normal now. But it's also more broad, and so it takes in a lot of what you might consider left, and so we're not going after the left, right? Which is where a lot of people sort of are mentally, even though they're not Paul Murphy. They're sort of cultural baggage or something. It's almost kind of set into an Irish thing, underdog. The Irish people, I think, do have a sense of justice. Generally speaking, we're very righteous, but then we are also very ethnocentric, which is why you have the pushback on the asylum things. And that's why you saw it in Boston in the 80s, and why you saw it in America loads of times, why you saw it in Liverpool and England. It's in our blood to be ethnocentric, but it's also in our blood to be passionately justice oriented. And so the idea of being pro-capital, pro-loyalism, pro-Zionist, all this kind of stuff is just like at total odds with the Irish psyche. So the easiest way around that is not to put on a rainbow flag and say, I'm a big lefty now, like I'm Paul Murphy, but just to say, I don't consider myself like anti-left wing or this cardboard cutout caricature of some right wing, Egypt or whatever, like, it's cartoon character. I'm not any of that. This is a broader idea, big idea, national idea in very turbulent, changing times, and it's modern and it's intelligent and all that. And it's the other thing too is that you need that in general for the Irish psyche, but of course, as time goes on, we need young people more than we need boomers. So this applies to all Irish people of all ages, but it applies much more strongly to the youth. The youth in Ireland are not all crazy Paul Murphy lefties. They're culturally, fashion-wise lefty. They might like a kneecap concert because it's rebellious and it says fuck the Zionists and all that stuff, but the same person could go on TikTok and see a video from Dhaka, from a adventure tourist, and the first comment underneath says, oh, is this Dublin? And they'd give that a like, because they go, yeah, I see what's going on. You know what I mean? I'm not the far right on O'Connell Street like that, like the thing we saw over the weekend. I'm not this like, whatever that is. But I'm not like an anti-racist activist or whatever. You know what I mean? I see what's going on. I'm affected by it. The other thing is elite overproduction. Now I'm going on. The concept of elite overproduction, we have that happening right now, which is one of the key indicators of revolutionary change within societies, right? When people, a certain generation, were promised a certain status, a certain lifestyle, a certain standard of living, and it was robbed from under them. They thought they were going to college, they were going to travel to India, they were 4 years later somehow going to buy a house and it would all be grand, like the boomers in the 90s or something, right? Or Gen X in the 2000s. That's not happening. Most people are homeless. It's like grinding, desperate, like lack of prospects for people. It's serious, right? And they're feeling that, and they're seeing the immigration, and they're seeing the multinational oligarchy and all that. You don't have to be a genius. You don't have to be an ideologue. They've gotten over PC stuff. There's Leaving Cert students on TikTok who are not far right or any of that. They're talking about Jewish studies in the Leaving Cert and how they didn't learn about the 271,000 and these memes. That would have been the fringest of 4chan far right 10 years ago, is now just not even right wing at all. It's just like, oh, we're not being PC anymore. We're being fuck you about everything. So we're not going to be hyped up on anti-racism. They're actually very approachable. We could totally reach them by being not a conservative who says, I'm not racist and I'm for immigration, not being milquetoast and a cook, basically, but just by not being intentionally partisan, intentionally setting yourself against the target audience more than they're even setting themselves against you, right? You're actually attacking them with partisanship for basically no discernible reason. If your aim was to convince and reach as many people on the core issue, immigration, multinational oligarchy, etc., 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 globalism, whatever, why would you be sort of attacking them, putting yourself in a corner, getting your fangs out and going, fuck Palestine, I'm a loyalist, or here loyalists arm in arm, like bonkers ideas like that are intended to drive the partisan dynamic as hard as possible, because going back to the Zionist motive, they're not here to help us with our nationalism to get anywhere as we go forward in the future and solidify the Irish population under an actual ideology or an idea that can be almost unimpeachable and completely impossible to disagree with, really, which is a powerful idea with prospects. They've no use for that. That's not, because for us to do that, of course, we would come out and say, what's the first thing we're going to do? Sure, we're for Palestine. Absolutely. It's no skin off the nose of the immigration angle. So if they're all pro-Palestine, and not just young, old, but especially young, and that's where the tide is going. And like, even if you're agnostic on it, like realistically, if you study the region and you actually don't care, you're half or whatever, just on a realpolitik level, you'd go, well, yeah, I'm pro-Palestine. I'm not ardent, but like if you put me on the spot and you ask me, you go, yes, they should stop killing kids over there. Sure, like, cool. That's good. What's your take on capitalism or something, right? The way right-wingers in Ireland, stemming from this Zionist kind of influence, American Zionist Tory influence, will say, down with socialism, down with Marxism. Oh, fuck. There's a cat fight in my house. I might have to say, there's a young cat has just befriended our house, and I think he might be getting attacked. You'll respect me for just dipping out for literally 2 seconds. Okay, lads, there's some entertainment for you. I literally had to go save a kitten, so you'll forgive that. But that was a Mossad cat operative sent in. But anyway, about this partisan dynamic, basically you have mutually exclusive, diametrically opposed interests. Now, not everybody sees it this way, but I'm just telling you my view. I think I'm correct, right? Is that the interest of Irish nationalism is to appeal to the zeitgeist and the mainstream as much as possible. So you could say, oh, well, what about immigration? That there was a time when that wasn't popular. Well, that issue had to be pressed, right? That's the thing. There was a time maybe 10 years ago when immigration, everyone was liberal, people hadn't gabbed onto it or weren't affected by it yet. So immigration was sort of a fringe issue, demonized and all the rest of it. So if your attitude is plumose people, then why have why do immigration? Well, immigration was essential. That's the point, right? You have to drive that. And we drove it home for 10 years against all adversity. And now it's basically normalized in Ireland, right? Immigration, generally speaking, among the population. That's now part of the zeitgeist, and we made it that way. So I went against that principle there for that reason. I don't need to go against that principle for Israel, right? I don't need to go against that principle for basically a foreign economic theory, as in being like stridently anti-socialist. It doesn't mean that I'm saying let's all be socialist Paul Murphys. I'm saying when people come out talking about Marxism and socialism, people go, who's this Ted Cruz? It comes across as inauthentic, right? The same person might say, well, I don't consider myself necessarily like a dyed-in-the-wool socialist or Marxist. I'm not even brushed up on economics that much, but like and they're correct. Their instincts are correct. That does sound foreign and inauthentic, not in step with Irish culture and stuff like that. It just seems weird. It seems outdated. It seems American, like something from the Cold War or something, like, you know, that type of stuff. So it could be bleating on about Marxism, socialism, going all in for Israel, or like ripping down Palestine flags as a gesture in Ireland. If you went to Pakistan, someone could tell you, yeah, don't walk around the place with an India flag here. It's just not how it works. You know, it's not, that doesn't really fly here. It's not cool here, right? And you could say, I know, but I've studied the India-Pakistan war, and I think India, based on the 1962 Partition Law Act, actually have a just claim, and so I think it's fair to be pro-Indian here. It's like, yeah, that doesn't matter. Like, first off, that's, let's say, bullshit. I'm referring to Zionist arguments. It doesn't matter. Like, I believe the Zionists are wrong, but even if you didn't, you'd just say, yeah, but we're here to push the immigration point and all of that, not to attack the left and argue about Israel in a country that's or Palestine flags, when in a country that's almost universally pro-Palestine. The obvious thing, bar the influence, would be to just say, sure, I'm not into that conflict myself, but I'd lean pro-Palestine. Sure, why wouldn't you do that, right? If you were so ambivalent about it, why wouldn't you just say sure? In terms of, I mentioned Marxism, socialism. Why wouldn't you take a position where you go, I'm not a Paul Murphy, but I'm not like some anti-socialist, libertarian bullshit that nobody in Ireland naturally warms to at all, right? And I don't certainly believe in some sort of libertarian Republican bullshit or whatever, right? I'm not siding with big business, you know, to be seen to be siding with big business in the world we live in, with like multinational oligarchy of companies and all that kind of stuff. Right wingers saying, I think only white men of good character should have property or something like that. Landowning, white men of good character, landowning, big landowners should have. I've heard people say that, right? And you go, bro, you're living in your mom's bedroom. What are you talking about? Why would you, what got into your head to say that? So like some billionaire, you know, it's nuts, right? And any ordinary Irish person would be like, what the hell are you even talking about? The world we live in, right? People can't even rent a house. Stuff is bought up by all these companies and gone beans. Like, don't come to me talking about, like, you know, the rights of capital or something like that, you know, right? You know, don't do that. That kind of, but again, all that partisan. So I'm going off the end of it here, but I'm saying partisanship is to be avoided, and where possible, leaning into the mainstream zeitgeist on these issues, the natural sort of organic place people are in Ireland, makes total sense. You go to them with most of that stuff and some fresh new ideas as well, thought-provoking ideas. And at the core of it, you go, we can't have this replacement. We have to have a nation state. The world is going a certain way. Look at China. Look at all these other countries. They're sovereign. They're largely homogenous. We can't live in this multicultural, uber capitalist, multinational oligarchy hellscape. We can't, you know, and that's it. I don't need to pretend that Muslims are coming to behead us on O'Connell Street for that. And I don't need to bleat on about the left. And I don't need to wave Israel flags in Cork, and I don't need to paint over the Zionist ambassador out, or any of that stuff, or freak out about all these things to do that. And the problem is because Zionist interests have got their hooks so hard into nationalism. What I'm saying there, which most of you would kind of, I assume, go, yeah, that sounds pretty rational. Like, I mean, it's not even that bright of an idea. It's just logical, especially on this key culture war issue. It's not even a culture war in Ireland. This key principle in Ireland of being against this horrific genocide, right, in Palestine. It activates young people. Therefore, it's coming from a place of a good place, justice and all that for the most part, not Paul Murphy, not the transgenders, but for most people. Why wouldn't you tap into that a bit? The reason that's comes with such consternation is because there's this little hand inside nationalism. If that wasn't there, me saying that would be like stating the obvious. So the only reason it's a contentious is because there's this interloper in the room, and that interloper has strong control over nationalism now, and their whole raison d'etre for having their hand in there is to fuel the partisanship, to fuel the opposition against the left, and crucially via that to fuel pro-Zionist, anti-Palestinian stuff, which this is all one big orbit. And so to do that, you need to sort of radicalize the right as much as possible against basically the mainstream, against the majority of Irish people. You need to do that in order to have them as this kind of wedge lobby in the country, to perform the same thing, to basically get Ireland up to speed with England and America and the rest of it. That is happening, and it might sound like an overly grand theory. Someone could say that's all a lot, but you have to go back over everything I've said for the last while. Like every step of what I've said here, I think has been rational, fair, and backed up, right? And so to kind of go, it all sounds a bit too much now. That's what's happening, and the end result of it, the whole point of it from their point of view is drive this little colour revolution group we're manufacturing, take their just cause and their just grievance, which is immigration and all that, and sort of use that as a political vehicle, use them to crash up against this left, this mainstream, this pro-Palestinian thing, whatever. And so to do that, we need to drive as much acrimony and partisanship as possible. And to me, that is the last thing we need to be doing. We need to be actually running in the total opposite direction. And so we're left with the situation where both imperatives are mutually exclusive. And that's the problem, basically. I could go on a bit more. I had one other example I wanted to show you. I just thought this was kind of a perfect example, right, of how, I'm talking about bots online, and it's like fishy actors kind of running certain things and all that. But here's an example of when I say like, oh, there's an op, or they're thirsty. They work in funny ways where, they sort of nudge people, or they try to ingratiate themselves and all that. And so the people at the receiving end of that, of which I've been one of those people, right? I've been that not only as a person who rebuked it, but for a while I didn't rebuke it. So I know, you know what I mean? And I was never a guilty party. I was never malevolent. I was never taking a grand bargain, a deal fully consciously or anything like that. I was ingratiated a bit. And so I'm certainly not impeaching myself. And to the point, I'm certainly not impeaching here Jana London, right? And let me talk, because of course, when you mention someone on a stream, someone sends it to them and they say, this person was talking about you, and they were saying, I just want to be very clear. There's a little parting example, right, of how it works. So the wedge issue they're trying to wedge their way into the right-wing space to use it as a conduit. That's well known in the Western world, right? This Zionist thing. And they're trying to do it in Ireland in the last few years. And it's not just the last few years. I'll give you, someone says, what is your argument? I hope you're not talking to me. I've been making it for a long time. But it's one thing that just I've said before has to be mentioned. It's actually been, the roots of it have been there for a long time. You have in the right wing for the last 10, 15, 20 years or something like that, the flagship people who have been the right wing troubadours or whatever, the people who represent various right wing causes, pro-life, anti-immigration, whatever, switching from one to the other over the years, have been three people stand out distinctly, right, as institutional. as in they get on TV, they write articles, they get to send their staff in to question the government, all that. They have access that like people don't in general, right? So they become these figures. I'm not picking these to suit my argument. This is just a fact. Over the last while, longer term, it would have been John McGurk, Ian Doherty, and David Quinn, right? Those are the three. Now, it turns out that three of them are, I believe, self-professed probably Atlanticists. John McGurk certainly is. I think he said, I'm not a nationalist, I'm an Atlanticist. I could be corrected there. But he is an Atlanticist. And he's also, I'm not going to call him a loyalist. And West Brit is one of these terms that gets thrown around. But I think it, so, you know, I don't want to be like, keep it legal here or whatever. I think to say Anglophile is probably accurate, right? If you know, you know. Ian Doherty loves giving out about the Ra. I'm not supporting the Ra or, you know, whatever and all that, but like goes out of his way to talk about the troubles, like the Ra were the bad guys and, you know, the republicanism was awful and all this kind of stuff. And David Quinn, I imagine the same on that question. So let's just say casually West Brits, the lot of them, right? And then all three of them are not just like, oh, I'm a bit Zionist or I see where Israel's coming from. They're hardcore Zionists, right? They're friends of Israel. They've taken the trip. They go to the Jewish things or, you know, like they're not just like vaguely have an opinion on Israel. They're always talking about Israel. They've been on the trips to Israel, most of them, I believe. McGurk certainly has. They've been in this world. They're hardcore Zionists, right? They're hardcore Zionists and they're West Brits. And I'm not just picking that out of the bag. They are the three guys who get that access to sort of represent the broad right-wing view. And three of them are hardcore Zionists and Anglophile / West Brits. Now, if I walked out my front door and I walked around town and I took a train to Dublin and I went to Cork and I went to the countryside and drove around, I couldn't find three people who are West Brits and Zionists. I couldn't find three people who were either West Brits and Zionists, but I certainly couldn't find three people who tick both boxes hardcore, right? I wouldn't be able to find them. They exist, but I'm saying if I went around at random looking for them, that's how rare a phenomenon that is, right? So what the fuck is going on when the top three guys who get all the access and basically get given from above, get given the chance to act as the representatives of this whole right-wing space, are West Brit Zionists, and they have pushed those views, especially the Zionist one, right? Ian Doherty or something, any of them go on, it's Zionism all the way down, right? That's just rare. That's not heard of in Ireland. Why is it that not just, oh, one of them would be unlikely, all three of them, and not just a little bit, but they're very like that, right? And they are in those positions. And they get to make the little anti-immigration comment, or they're pro-life representatives now, or whatever. There's no reason why pro-life people are Zionist in Ireland. No, they're Catholic, pro-life, traditionalist, religious. A lot of them are very nationalist, and all the rest of it. But like, it's not representative of maybe in America with the evangelists. That's different. But like in Ireland, there's no natural connection between those things and hardcore Zionism and being a West Brit. The opposite, right? And same with the anti-immigration movement. There's no organic groundswell of people in nationalism who are, for some bizarre reason, Zionists, or certainly not West Brits. In fact, the polar opposite. So it's a very strange fit. So you've them, and then you have, let's say, Ian Doherty, who is interviewing on his podcast. What's it called? The State of Ireland, right? His new podcast. He's interviewing Michael Murphy. Michael Murphy, who is going to Roscrea to do interviews and writing up glowing reports of the anti-asylum thing, which everyone gobbles up and it's great. We're getting attention from big foreign media. But then shoehorning in the Palestinian angle all over the place. Trump is going to pull the pharma because Ireland isn't free speech enough and they're too Palestinian, right? And pushing that over and over again, has made a documentary, glowing documentary about Israel and all the rest of it, right? This Telegraph journalist, journalist, that suddenly like dips into Ireland to like push these narratives around immigration as well, right? Nobody asked for the Palestinian narrative, right? We would love the report on the asylum. Anyway, Michael Murphy airdropped into Ireland to cover the protests, like Ezra Levant comes to help us as well with the covering and fact-finding. He's being interviewed on Ian Doherty, who I've mentioned, hardcore Zionist, has been a stalwart of defending anti-PC or right-wing. He's the like token right-wing guy sitting in the corner on the TV shows for as long as I can remember. His new podcast, he's got Michael Murphy on, and it's sponsored by Revada Networks. Revada is a military industrial complex. I want to be very careful here because Ganley and people might be, litigious. It's a space satellite thing. It has done work with the US military for military comms, basically, right? High-end military secure comms satellites. That's Revada Networks. And Revada sponsors this podcast, this Tin Pot podcast, right? Where Ian Doherty, who I've mentioned, is interviewing Michael Murphy, as I mentioned, and they're talking about how pro-Paddy Stein and lefty and all this, the Irish wokesters are and the rest of it. And Michael Murphy gives a spiel about maybe immigration too. Pepper it up with that. And that's the podcast. Heavily influenced by the Zionist thing and all that. And Ian Doherty's other interviews are interviewing people about why is Ireland so anti-Semitic or anti-Israel. And David Quinn is on the same podcast with him, and they're talking about that. Or no, David Quinn is on some other guys. Anyway, Ian Doherty's is sponsored by Revada Networks. And Revada is deeply connected to the US military industrial complex, basically, right? Revada also, John McGurk, I believe, worked for them, according to the Business Post, until 2021. Correct me if I'm wrong on any of this, but I have looked it up, right? I just want to maintain an open mind. He worked for Revada until 2021 and was still using their email in 2024 when he didn't work for them. Now, Revada, not too long ago, took on their board Mike Pompeo. Mike Pompeo, who is non-Jewish but ardent hardcore Zionist. Is this some random diplomat? No. This is, up until that point, he was the Secretary of State of the USA. And before that, he was the director of the CIA. Not a director, the director of the CIA, Mike Pompeo. And the rest of the board is full of brass similar to him, right? CIA, Deep State, Council of Foreign Relations, all these people, right? On this secure satellite comms, military industrial complex associated industry. And John McGurk works for them up until a few years ago, still using their email last year. And he, as far as I know, wasn't up on a spaceship fixing satellites with a wrench or whatever. As far as I know, he's not some sort of aerospace engineer, right? So what was he doing? His business is PR, media, communications, like political work, right, is what he does now and has done, was pro-life guy and all this. So he's now running GRIP, so at the heart of Irish right-wing stuff, hardcore Zionist, worked for, let's say, US deep state affiliated military industrial complex company. And they are also sponsoring Ian Doherty's podcast, talking about how we need to fight the left and taking this MAGA American Zionist approach. And Michael Murphy's coming from The Telegraph, and the others are coming from GB News, and they're coming from The Spectator UK, and Ezra Levant is hanging out, and next to him is the guy with the Israeli flag. Oh no, he's just having a laugh. And the other ones were just painting over it because it's not ERA. But the same guy with the Israeli flag was also painting over Zionist ambassadors out, and then he's setting up this foaming at the mouth thing against Shia anti-Zionists, completely out of step with reality. That's all nothing. Garrod, you're a schizo. You're wrecking the buzz. You're dividing people, and you just don't understand Islam. Okay, cool. We'll go with that. So I'll shut up because no one else is saying anything. I'll just shut up about it because it's a bit schizo and it's just wrecking the buzz. We needn't mention it, even though it's diametrically mutually exclusive with what, bar this existing, are actually our interests on the ground, on reality, right? Our interest is appealing to the Irish public where they are in the most optimal way possible, right? Isn't that what we're doing? I thought what we were doing. Isn't that what we are? Aren't we? Or are we a sort of a color revolution op type thing? And by the way, I'm not saying Ganley or McGurk or any of them are involved in something. Maybe they're all just doing their thing and it's a theory, and the guy waving the Israel flag and all that, it's all just what's the word? It's all just unconnected, and they're basically, they have their views. Like Ganley, his business interests and the rest of it, he doesn't have certain views or interests, and McGurk just works for him, but he's just interested. Like, he's not a nationalist. He's not even like hardcore against immigration himself, but he's just interested in balancing the discourse in Ireland through fair journalistic inquiry, and all the rest of it. And all these journalists are coming to Ireland to cover the thing, fact-finding missions, and all that is just like, you wouldn't put any of that together necessarily in some kind of way. You know, or you could speculate. You could speculate and discuss the different interests people might have, or how they could be motivated or have vested interests or whatever that consciously or subconsciously inform their views. But I think it's all on the up and up. Unrelated, you know, a lot of these journalists who come to Ireland to cover the event, like I mentioned Russia a while ago with Pussy Riot, of course. You know when there's an American NGO activist or journalist or something like that arrested in Russia and put in the slammer because they're accused of being a CIA agent or working for the CIA or something like that, foreign intelligence, drumming up all sorts of stuff, operating against, you know, the state. The Americans always say, release our person now. This is Russia being kooky. He's just a journalist, you know. You know, you could say America always say that. So is it the case that like Putin or Xi or any of these other countries, even though they have very sophisticated intelligence networks of their own, every time they accuse some foreign journalist of being a spy or a political operative or whatever, they're being kooky authoritarians. The man was in fact a journalist, just doing some work, supporting some freedom activists or whatever in Russia, or supporting Kurdish liberationists in northern Iraq or whatever it happens to be. They're always just journalists, right? So that's the thing. So journalists, basically the point is, journalists are always just journalists. And they're always just covering events because they are interested in them, and they want to know what's going on. So anyway, this is just one thing. So that's a tangent, right? I found this interesting, right? And again, I have to be clear, right? I mentioned this is Jana London being interviewed in something. To be clear, because people like to stir shit. I'm not even slightly. I'm a big fan, right? I'm a big admirer, and this is not satire, sarcasm, or any of that. I'm a big admirer of Jana London, and I have been since day one, since she came on the scene, because this is just a hunch. I think she's got proper integrity, extremely intelligent, extremely driven, huge work ethic, a cogent speaker, just the height of human sort of capital, let's say, you know, just like a high capital person, just really like basically a gift to any movement, whatever she's doing. By right, she should probably be working with some company making 200-300 grand a year, right? Because I think she'd be like worth that. She's clearly a talented, driven, intelligent person. And the interesting thing is, I believe personally, her integrity is probably unimpeachable. Like, I think she's motivated by justice, the trans stuff, all the rest of it, right, bothers her as a mother and all of that. And I spotted that since day one, that she has got the talent, the drive, the intelligence, everything to do great things. And we're blessed basically in like the pushback against the trans stuff, and then she's into nationalism as well, to have her. And it's a gift. You don't get it very often, because usually people who are high agency like that, they go off and make a lot of money and shut the fuck up about their politics, or it's someone who doesn't have much to offer that way anyway, and so they've nothing to lose by getting into dissident politics. So you're left with that sort of human Darwinism, counter-Darwinism thing. Jana London is one of these exceptions. Every now and again someone comes along, they've got the talent and everything, and they're just committed to the justice aspect of it, the truth, and they won't let go, right, in spite of the threats, the Antifa, all the rest of it. So I admire that hugely. The point being is that I spotted her from day one, and I saw her as a bellwether, because I knew the if I see it, the Zionists will see it, and they will, same way, I'm not as talented as she is, but back in the day, they probably saw me and went, he's not ugly, he's able to talk, he's intelligent, he's probably comes across as pretty normal, and that doesn't come around every day. And they sort of tried to court me on various occasions, and so I know it when I see it. And I thought, when I saw her straight away, I thought they will try to court her. And you also see it in the anti-trans thing. It's very, because it's another wedge thing they can get in on nice and easy, because everyone, down to a man, 99.9% of people are against trans indoctrination and all that in schools. So it's an issue that most people agree men are men, women are women. But you can turn it into like a major culture war issue, because the government push it and all that. And so it's a nice juicy angle. And you do see a lot of these, and this is not Jana London, but you see a lot of this Graham Linehan is talking about Ireland, Palestinians are like 1933 Germany. And you see a lot of these activists who are sort of on the trans thing, justifiably, they sort of get pulled into this influence network and this sort of ingratiation network. That is, if you actually start putting the brackets on the names, you go, it's a lot of Jewish people, like, right? And then what the Jewish ingratiation network does is try to shoehorn in their interest issue. Israel, Palestinians, the left, Palestinian, whatever. But they try to like plant that on top of the original thing, which is the government is flooding our country with immigrants, and they're trying to convince kids to be trans, and they're putting filthy stuff in books and all that. That's the key issue. That's what you show up for. But then they ingratiate on that. They give you the platform. They in a hostile environment where you're not getting a lot of play, they give you the play, right? And what's wrong with that? But what they do is, and there's nothing even wrong with engaging in that, right? So I'm not criticizing her. I'm just saying that's what they do. And while you could talk to, so and so on YouTube with a lamp shining off a wall, you could also talk to the guy who has a full studio, mics, cameras set up, full whole deal going on, plant in the corner, little glass of water. You could talk to that person who, somehow gets the setup, has backing, connected, all that kind of stuff. And that connects back into the Tory and Republican thing, that whole world of Telegraph, Spectator, GB News. That's the only home you're going to find. You know what I mean? And it's just very Jewish. And what that exists to do is bring you in on your issue and then grant it to you, and then feed back their pet issues, which is basically Jewish interest, Zionism, all the rest of it. And I'll just give you the example. And let me be clear for any like rats who try to say, Jana, Garrod was talking about you and associating you with. No. I've been very clear. I think her integrity, I spotted it at the start, and I think it's such that I would never, unless there was major reason to or whatever, I think she's solid. Like, she's not for buy-in, she's not for twisting. I don't think so. But understandably, of course, you get a big interview, talk about the trans issue. Granted, go do it, right? I'm not saying there's anything wrong on that end, just to be clear, right? But just watch this. So, we're here to talk about learn about Ireland, and it's what's going on in Ireland and whatever. And it's like, it's kind of like, thank you for the platform and all that, but it's like they're indoctrinating kids to be trans. Where did that idea originate from? And they're flooding the country with immigrants. Where did that idea come from? We won't talk about that. But they're pretending to be curious or whatever, right? And ask. Now, this guy is, what's his name? Something Gold, Jewish, right? As far as my online search did. He's Jewish, right? Like a lot of these. And let's just go through it and I'll wrap it up. This is Andrew Gold. Thank you. See, I don't even, I know straight away when I saw all I had to do was look at, this is a clip channel from that channel. All I had to do was look into the clips and look at the other clips that they had. So somewhere like Immigration Out of Control in Ireland, Jan of London. Cool. But then I look at other ones and it's your man from Trigonometry talking about the woke whatever's. And I know what he's Jewish too. And I know what he's all about. And then I see another one where it's some other woman who they've brought on is talking about how the rise of the woke right, racist right, is an overreaction, and the woke is too much, and the anti-white or the crazy woke stuff is too much. But equally so, now they're getting racial and they're getting ethnocentric, and that too we need to squash that. And I go, well, that's classic. We all know that. That's the thing, right? So you can be angry about it, but you can't do anything about it, or you can't feel anything really about it at all. So what are you using us for? Just to be against who and what? Total con job. I looked through a couple of those clips and headings, and I went, well, this guy is Jewish, and then I look him up. Yeah, he is. This is just another trigonometry. I know the deal. Yeah. Anyway, I watched some of it, and Jan is speaking to the issues in Ireland, and again, not to glaze, as they say, but she's completely cogent, perfect ambassador for these issues, and good on her for taking the platform to talk about it, right? Not on her end at all. But look at this. So
about that they are trying to be a moral superpower. I've heard Sweden.
Right. So first he starts with the idea is Ireland is a moral superpower. So Ireland is a small, I'll blurb it for you. Ireland's a small country, but Ireland likes to think of itself as a moral superpower who can go around wagging its finger around the world and they go with the best boy in the class idea, which is a true good concept, but they're latching onto that. Ireland thinks it can be the best boy in the class and be the best at equality and the best at diversity and the best at all this. And that's kind of a pathological problem within Ireland, right? And I see that. I see the heading. I see how he sets it up, and I go, I know where this is kind of going, right? I sniff this straight away, right? I know this guy. I speculate that this guy doesn't really care about Ireland, right? And isn't really a reactionary against the trans stuff. It's my speculation. And Hearts of Hearts is kind of above it all. Like these are kind of like an aristocracy. Let's be fair, right? And think of themselves as too high-minded for all this stuff either way. But anyway, so that's my prejudice going in, right? I go moral superpower, best boy in the class. Yeah, I know where you're going with this. I have seen your other clips. Okay. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's just they just talk about Ireland and Jana says her piece very well and that's it. And cool. Maybe my bias is just looking for stuff or whatever. So I'll
we can talk about becoming a moral superpower. You've got like political superpowers like America, Russia, China, maybe the UK was once such a thing. And then Ireland's never going to compete. Sweden can never compete in that sense, or an economic power. But what they can do is show the world how welcoming and moral and just they are. Do you think there's some of that in Ireland?
I think there's a few reasons why the government is
not to be dismissive, but actually
flooding people in. If we look at sort of is it about money? Yes, they're getting paid.
So it's actually an excellent answer, and that's my point: is that she's not actually biting at all, which is wonderful. She, as she says, yeah, it's maybe a bit of the moral superpower thing, but it's money. It's she goes off and says a very comprehensive. No one could say it better, right? But so that's your kind of setup. And then we go to. I'll just skip to 224. Watch where he goes now. So he kind of nods and goes, yeah, thanks. And then he goes 224.
Doesn't want any backwards idea of sovereignty. He doesn't want us to be a nation. He wants us to be one world, and he's one of the ones driving this forward for the country.
That's really interesting. And it's
So she mentioned like globalism. Basically, they're globalists. You know, that's their ideology. It's money. It's this. It's that. Whatever. Cool. Good. Very good point. Right. Watch his reaction.
something I've not looked into that much, was like the word globalism and things like that. And I think because years ago it hadn't happened yet to such an extent. I guess more and more people are waking up to it. And I suppose some of the people who started at first and were most extreme put some conspiracy theories in there, and it was about, oh, this is the race that's the puppet masters and things like that. And I don't think that's necessary for the whole globalism aspect, which now we can see, as you say, clearly is happening. There does seem to be.
Oh, we got to put that in there. Oy vey, right? So that, again, central in his mind, right? The whole time, the self-interest is at the core of his mindset throughout this. Oh, what's happening in Ireland? Okay, the crazy books in schools, bringing in lots of immigrants, sure. But he starts with the moral superpower line, like, see where we're going with this. And then Jana answers it very well, comprehensively. And then is globalism, okay, cool, yeah, no, I know. But we got to be stamped down on any funny business about that. Like, never not on the mind, right? And then we go to again, she doesn't run with any of this stuff at all, right? Then we find another example here. So this is all just within like a 6-minute clip, right? Again, the last portion of Jana speaking very well, not buying into this stuff, but just talking about what's going on in Ireland, and see where he goes next.
They don't want you to be a critical thinker. They want you to be confused, subservient to the government, because then you're raising a generation that can be social justice warriors for the government, but they won't have the life skills to have any chance in life. And that's what's happening in our school system.
I saw another example of disconnect between the Irish government and people, which was Ireland is often considered sort of most anti-Israel and often anti-Semitic, because I think they identify sort of the oppressed versus oppressor, and they see it that way. But the Irish people voted for the Israeli Eurovision contestant. They, I think, more than most other nations did. And I thought that shows what a huge disconnect between the actual people and the government.
Yes, there's a huge disconnect.
Now, okay, so the Eurovision, what's the relevance, right? If on the face of it, what's the relevance? We're here to talk about Ireland and the government's out of control, bringing in and all the rest of it. Like, okay, same guy who's like, well, careful with the globalism talk, and aren't Ireland a moral superpower? They think they can wag their fingers at certain things, you know what I'm saying? And also the Eurovision, by the way, the Eurovision thing was like, a lot of people believed that was rigged, and it was actually lobby groups with multiple credit cards, Jewish Zionist groups or whatever, just running a campaign to basically, in effect, rig the phone. It doesn't make any sense that Ireland voted high for Israel. It flies in the face of common sense. There's loads of reasons to believe that was rigged. So he's talking about this rigged Eurovision, which was basically designed to be a piece of propaganda, and he's shoehorning that in. And do you know what? Just in fairness to Jenna, I think I've been going out of my way now to just emphasize how this is nothing to do with her, and she's not biting, and she's brilliant, I think. I'm overdoing it, but you know what I'm saying. I thought this was very good, is that he very awkwardly, for basically the third time, tries to steer, this time very aggressively, steer it this way. And she doesn't bite at all. I'm speculating, but to my mind, it sounds to me like she is smart enough to realize the question, and she goes on a generic answer that completely dismisses what he asks, which I just love, right? And does it with like poise, you know what I mean? Just kind of goes, yeah, no, I'm not going there with you, actually. But the question is like, what is this dynamic? Like, she might have the integrity to kind of like jam it when he tries to do it, but like, this is the dynamic that people get invited on the big show, and that's the same show, and there's trigonometry, and there's GB News, and there's Ezra Levant, and there's The Telegraph, and there's Michael Murphy, and there's Ian Doherty, and there's John McGurk, and there's David Quinn and Ravada, related to some of the others, kindly sponsoring Ian Doherty, and all the rest. And that's your landscape, that's your ecosystem. The rest are just a bunch of scaldy live streamers like me, and people who are out in the street the odd time, or go to Carrick Cross and interview people or whatever. But if you want to be, the place where you get the big leagues, the big exposure, the professional, the big money, all the connections, all the like big media, like GB News or whatever, that's all a certain way. And they are driving a certain point, and that's there. And then you get back to the street where people are waving flags and painting over Zionist ambassador out, and it's just across the spectrum. But anyway, just for the point of it, just look at how well she just rejects the premise here, like, and just talks away from it. I thought it was excellent. I was very relieved and pleased to see it.
What a huge.
But most people don't. Most people who get brought into this thing and approached because they are talented, either by not realizing it or being incentivized by the pomp of it all, don't for one reason or another psychologically actually do fall into it and start going, Israel has a right to exist and blah 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 blah, and the Palestinians. Most people understandably will just go down that track. So this is actually, just impressive, but it just illustrates the point, is what I'm saying. The fact that 3 times here within less than 5 minutes he tried to shoehorn this in. Anyway, I've made the point, but just watch how well she just dodges that.
Huge disconnect between the actual people and the government.
Yes, there's a huge disconnect. The people in Ireland are disenfranchised at the moment. There's a real... Now,
bear in mind, so he went moral superpower, globalism thing, and then he went straight for the Eurovision thing. I noticed that. Naturally, you might kind of go, oh, I did notice that too. Yeah, that's crazy. Ireland is very actually... There is an anti-Semitic streak on the left, and we do see that and whatever. She doesn't do that at all.
Disconnect between the government and the people, but the government don't listen to the people. They are not answering to the people. Mm-hmm. What's happening in Ireland is it's sort of run by the government. It used to be democratic. The people had a say.
Okay.
It's run by...
So very good interview. I would actually recommend it for Jana's Spielen. Very good. But it's just an example, right? So I don't know what you thought of all that. I just wanted to give one like real life, because I saw that and I was like, oh my God, like how obvious could it be? And that's just not one isolated incident. That's across the board in this media landscape. And then we see the street stuff is having influences, right? It's just across the board. You know why I think it's bad. You know why I think it's a rational theory. There's the original theory based on experience. There's the motive and means. There's the results you see on the ground and in media across the board, right? Increasing all the time. A while ago, I was just saying it's just a wall in Waterford. What are you talking about? And yet it's just fleshing out all the time, right? And then of course the why it is a problem. Is it a problem because I just have a problem with one group or another? No, it's structurally a problem for the reasons I outlined. And then this was just a little visual example of like a microcosm of it. And again, Jana did very well, and fair play. But anyway, let's get to super chats and wrap it up. So no, Lockery era 1014 5. Thank you. Says baffles me why any self-declaring Irish nationalist would ever fawn over Tommy Robinson, a civnat who defended Soldier F involved in Bloody Sunday. I won't even go there on Tommy Robinson. I used to be a fan back in the day. I thought, like in like 2016 or whatever, he's like a Chad, like guy on the street. But yeah, I didn't even get into the loyalism stuff. I mean, we saw that today in the GPO. That's a whole other thing. All this stuff happening. Why is it always like this? Anyway. Yeah, I agree. It's just so like, Tommy Robinson doing his thing, right? Mr. Tough Guy. But then he's saying like, fuck you, Ayatollah. The women of Iran need to be freed. Again, just like the Patriot demo was not in line with what the Muslim demo actually was. So it's totally disconnected. And that's you have to smell a rat when there's untruth there, right? The same goes for Tommy Robinson. The women of Iran, if they don't wear a covering on their hair, they get stoned and lashed or whatever, this narrative. And they're longing to be freed, even though like that's not how it is over there. You can see plenty of videos of women walking around with their hair barely or not covered at all. That's just not true, right? Say what you want about Islam or Iran, that's just not the case. And he's talking like a color revolution agent about Iran. I thought you were a street guy in England. Oh, it's Islam, and it's like, well, okay, why are you like pushing for regime change? Why are you in Israel? Why, like, it's just another example. He's off the wall. Like, I mean, that's just, I mean, if you don't get that, then it's just there's no hope for you. If you don't look at Tommy Robinson and like see that for what it is. So thank you. Roddy Murray 5, thank you as always. Hi Garo, this is the ADL. Could you please take down this video and join us in the meeting room with Keith? Just a couple of minutes, won't be long. All right, I'll see you there. Cheers. Imperator Scotorium. I'm very bad on the Roman stuff. Scotorum. I just try not to say scrotum, and I'm sorry, that's the problem I have. It's yeah. Michael McCarthy on Instagram X is setting a great example in how to get the message across to the masses. You know, I agree. Thank you for the 6. I just want to, just in case in this stream I've swapped Michael Murphy with Michael McCarthy or have interchanged those names. At no point in this video was I talking about Michael McCarthy. I mean Michael Murphy. I think I said Michael Murphy. Michael McCarthy is a completely different person doing uber viral cool content on TikTok and X and all that. Unbelievable. Do you know I'm not saying you were like implying this or whatever, but one of the sort of narratives I feel from people when I'm making these critiques and kind of standing on business on this stuff is like something along those lines of like, why don't you just, and again, I'm not reading into what you're saying, but just some people say, just focus on immigration, just focus on whatever, just you do your thing, and just like, you know, like you could do great stuff to talk about your own thing instead of just getting wrapped up in conspiracy theories or acrimony or ideology or whatever. Let's just do ordinary grassroots activism and content and spread the message and all that. And Michael McCarthy is a good example of it. He's doing that, right? Now, I don't think I could be as good at doing that. I just think he's very, very good at it. I'm, for various reasons, not going to be as good at all that, right? And it's not a mutually exclusive thing, but I'm wrapping up Michael McCarthy in this point. It's not about him at all. My point is just to say the whole thing of like creating positive content that just reaches the Irish people on the key issues instead of getting locked up in all this sort of like internecine squabbling, let's say, because that's how it can come across, you know, and there isn't a lot of that out there. I sort of agree with that. It's like, yeah, that makes sense. My problem when I saw the Mount Misery thing in Waterford is that I wanted a lot of people to kind of spot it, because I'm spotting it. And I think over the course of the stream, I've defended why it matters, that it's real, that it's happening, and that it doesn't bode well, right? And it's not squabbling or not conspiracy or not whatever, idle boredom or inward look. It is legit, right? You might not see it as it is legit to some extent. I believe to a maximal extent, but if I saw that there was a sort of a bit of consensus among most people that like, yeah, you know, some of the stuff is funny and we see why pro-Palestinian stuff is effectively like a Zionist wedge and that has bigger connotations, and like we get that, we're all hip to that. And if I saw some consensus there, I'd be like, brilliant. Now let's just talk about immigration. Let's talk about what's going on. Let's reach the people. Let's be super viral and all this kind of stuff. And if I can't do it, let the pros do it and step back and shut the fuck up. I would do that. But I see this as something that, well, nobody else is touching it. Nobody else is really saying it at all. And so either I am crazy, you know, it's one of those things where it's like, I just feel compelled to talk about it, even though I'd much rather everyone just got it. And then we just focus back on reaching people normally instead of like having this sort of in-house navel gazing or whatever, you know. But I just feel like in spite of how much I feel like that's in and of itself a negative thing, sometimes I feel like it's necessary to do. And so it's not that I think that anyone else who does like very good content or talks about the bread and butter issues and all that should be talking about this. I in fact don't. I'm just kind of going, I'll do it, and hopefully it catches on, and hopefully it becomes it's kind of, I hope it's true enough and obvious enough, and I'm just illustrating it, that the people who do like the really good sort of the essentials can keep doing it without being trapped in this Zionist shit show thing. You know, basically, I see it as almost like a rear guard sort of thing, to just so that people can just talk about immigration and go to Carrick McCross and do live streams and form political rational parties and wear suits and all. You know, people can just do all that and not be there not be consternation. But because the Zionist lobby is clearly using its agency to get in there, it's like, well, if everybody is just playing, if everybody's just doing their thing and they are like working on it and nobody's counter working on it, then the gravitational move will just, it's sort of like a game theory thing. So I'm like, I'd rather it were someone else, maybe someone more coherent, maybe someone better looking, or someone who, I don't know, someone else could do it. And that I wouldn't have like all these right-wing bots or weirdos or whatever calling me this and calling me that or threatening me, and like, I'd much rather if some other person or other people were like making a thing out of it. Then I basically would just sit back and just scroll, just, you know, because I've always believed that nationalism left alone, not tampered with by some of that stuff, let to be itself. You don't need to panic about, oh, it's a little bit incompetent and there's a little bit of squabbling and all that. That's grand because it's so ascendant. You see Carrick McCross, you see the, you know, where we are versus years ago. It's naturally on the rise if it's not sort of like sabotaged by these, and these are not just usual suspects. Goes beyond. This is like the chief saboteur of basically right wing like advancement, I think. Anyway, that, you know, I'm going off, but to the comment, yes, absolutely. You know, in a way, it's not to act like sage elder or something like this, but one of the things I've always felt, because I like, you know, I don't want to get into like personal stuff or whatever, but there's a part of me that I've always wanted, like, I would almost love if nationalism became so ascendant and there was a ton of characters who were epic content creators and party leaders and all this kind of stuff, who were just doing it so well, and compared to like years ago, there's so many, right? But if it got to a point where it was all so solid and so well staffed personnel, that it was just like self-maintaining, and it had its head screwed on, and it didn't have hostile things trying to bring it down, or, you know, if it was like that, I'd almost walk away. You know, I'd be like happy to like walk off into the sunset and go, great. Like all this consternation, and not just with like internecine, but like the Antifa and the politicking and the like, it's just not something I ever really liked in a way. I'd like to just kind of write a bit and do my thing, keep my head down, and, you know, I really don't enjoy any of that acid at all. Which is why, for the most part, let's say before I brought this up as an issue that I just felt I had to bring up, I'd be very much just like go along to get along. Like, oh yeah, you know, I'm not taking sides in all these party squabbles. They'll sort themselves out, and some will come and some will go, and there'll always be little fights. I won't focus on those and just say, oh, there's another win today in Carrick McCross, and, you know, just kind of tap away at that stuff and kind of be agreeable. I've always considered myself very much leaning that way, because I really hate the fucking bullshit, basically. And it's like one of those things where, like, all I want to do is kind of just sit back and let it exist, and then I see this thing coming in actively trying to fuck it up, basically. And so I'm just like going, oh God, like, whether I'm effective or not, I have to fucking say it now. And of course, now I'm the guy who's saying it. That's how I kind of feel about it. But like all these people who do great content and stuff, I just, and parties or whatever, I feel like they need to be protected or something like that. I don't know how to describe it. Anyway, next. Thank you. Marina 20, thank you. And she says thank you. I say thank you back. Cheers. James Bond 20. Have a wee dream on me, Garrod. Oh, I'm looking forward to dreaming now because it's late. Sorry for keeping you all up as well. Kenneth gives 5. I'm funny about full names. I don't want people. No, this is mainstream. I'm not controversial. Kenneth Killeen gives 5. No comment. Thank you very much. Concabar McNessa, probably mispronouncing that first name. Never heard that one before. It gives 10. Says schizo theory. Palantir US intelligence will start leaking the names of Anons to the Gardaí, and Gardaí intelligence will drop them to Antifa unwittingly. It's far-fetched, but stranger has happened. I'm telling you, they will. I don't know about Palantir, and I don't know about that theory exactly. I wouldn't exactly describe it as schizo. It's like not totally unreasonable, but this lobby that has invested a lot of time and energy, the amount of study they put in, they've us all studied. They've like, I'm sure this is why, like, I don't like going in for this stuff. I'm sure me standing on business on this, for whatever it's worth, I'm not a big deal or whatever. But the fact that I'm an identifiable, fairly on my own person who's just taking it on myself to kind of like challenge this stuff. I don't think it's any exaggeration to say that they have me filed out to the last, right? And you know, whatever, like, you know, like they won't just sort of they don't just go, oh, there's someone criticizing us, so be it or whatever. They will be marking you out, like, you know, for whatever, just like in the way that Antifa do and all that. So you're making big enemies, and I don't know. I'm not saying that's why nobody talks about it, but there's a sense of they have so much influence there that they can kind of get you excoriated. They can turn people against you and all that, and then they can be so vicious, kind of like the same spirit as Antifa. There is a thing of like, well, immigration has become so mainstream now. It would be a lot easier to just say immigration's crazy. Antifa have kind of died off. Like, why would I resurrect a whole new vicious enemy that like totally wants to take me down? Like, you know, that is a thing. And all of their connections and all of their bullshit and all of their Palantirs, and you know, I think there is almost like a subliminal fear, to be honest, among people who are in the know enough to know what they're kind of all about. You know, so I don't know. I think they have their hooks into Irish nationalism, and they've invested a lot of time and a lot of attention, a lot of energy, and they have their goal and they have their outcome that they're looking for, whatever quite it is. And the idea that people on the right would jump out and try to disrupt it, I don't know if they will take kindly to it. Perhaps with me, maybe they'll just think he's just on his own, we'll just ignore him. I don't know, but like, I don't know. I can't see them just letting it go. And if not with me, I just mean the project in Ireland. That is clearly a concerted project. You know, so it would just be interesting if it became more, if I was successful, then more people on the right got hip to it and push back against it, then they would be left trying to salvage it or something. I don't know. I just think about it from their point of view, like, you know, they don't just kind of give up, you know what I mean? Like the amount of work they put in America domestically on the right, locking up the left and chasing them down. And they're doing it in Britain now. And they definitely have designs on Ireland, and they're using the right for it. But like, it's, you know, to me, in my theory, schizo theory, it's a big concerted project, political project. I probably like a version of a sort of almost like a battlefield type of, like a political, distant kind of aspect of the battlefield, same one they have going on in the Middle East in a way. They see it that way, like this is all part of the one like march that they're doing, you know. That's clearly why they're like you know, people say the campus crusade they're going on is basically like a wing of the conflict, you know, because they need America locked down. They can't be opposed in their, you know, their power base or whatever. And the same goes for Europe, and then Ireland is in there too. So, you know, they're not just doing a little bit of political scheming. This is a serious operation. That's my view anyway. Sorry, I'm going on too much here. So anyway, Ed the Statesman 20, thank you very much. Says, whatever about our vigorous rubbing hands, I think we can agree that Roma Gypsies are the best, most amazing, culturally enriching people in the whole world. I agree. I love that. I love the fact that you know that kind of like Solzhenitsyn analysis of a society or whatever. One of my favorite is, and I've said it before, that whole idea that if you get an official, someone who works in a high up in an office, or anyone who's, you know, in the system kind of that way as such, and you say like Roma Gypsies, what's going on with them, you know, or like anything like that, they go just like anybody else, I suppose. You know, like the fact that we live in a society where that's the party line or something, versus like reality or whatever, you know, it's like such a bizarre thing that blows my mind every time. Anyway, thank you as always. And finally, Armchair Limerick Nationalist 5, Garrod, sound for the stream. Do you think that when the Muslim numbers increase that we will see rape gangs in Ireland, or is that just paranoia? Well, I wouldn't want to do a hate speech, but I'd say there's grooming gangs already in Ireland. It's the thing. You just don't know about it, you know. I don't think there's any reason why not. And here's the other thing, to simp for Muslims once again, right, is that very often it is maybe to do with could be a doctrinal thing. There's elements of that, you know, but there's also just, to me, I think the foreigner thing is more relevant in a sense, because like, just for the simple fact that you don't get Malaysian Muslim grooming gangs, but you do get Pakistani Muslim grooming gangs in England, you know, or you don't get, you know, there's Indonesian or something. It's not really a thing. But like you might get some African non-Muslim similar things happening or whatever. So there's like more at play than just maybe strictly the religion. I'd say a lot of these, I don't want to use the word, it's like refugees, but it's a different word. It's refugees, right? YouTube might not like that. But those people, you see them outside in their shell tracksuits, or, you know, clearly like with the like cut eyebrow thing, and they're like, we used to call them self-styled flyboys. We used to call them in Cork, right? Your man thinks he's a flyboy. These kind of almost like Maghrebi self-styled flyboys who were like 22, and you know they're going to be like whatever, like trying to groom of some 12-year-old girl or whatever. You just know like that's their thing. Leering and the, you know, the usual concern people have. Like, you know, I could look at a lot of them and go, I mean, I don't know, is he necessarily like hyped up like hardcore Muslim? You know, he's not wearing the tunic or any of that. It's probably pretty unrooted from that. A lot of them, they just are what they are. And again, I'm not like saying Islam has no role in it, but I just think it very often could be just a thing of regional culture and hostility to the outgroup, and we're kind of getting the worst of them as well. Often some of these like young men go off on their own to this scam system in the West, into hotels, you know, it's just selecting, and then the PC system, like you saw in Rotherham, consciously ignoring them, which in a sense fans the flames of it a bit because it excuses it. I think there's a lot of factors, and I think it includes the Muslim thing, but it goes beyond that too, you know. But in terms of like rape gangs, Muslim and non, or like grooming gangs, and human trafficking. So human trafficking, like sex trafficking and all that, via the asylum industry, via all this stuff. Again, I'm just being broad-minded about it. You know, you could have a lot of Albanians or Georgians or something, those sort of people who, some of them mightn't be Muslim, you know, some of them might, but it's a lot of that seedy, certain types of foreigners in a certain environment with a certain rule set, with a clash of people and the hostility thing and the vulnerability of native girls. Then it's just one big recipe for it to happen, you know. And I just think there's no doubt in the world. Like if I had an omniscient lens to see Ireland, like AI, be like, find me right now the grooming predatory operations happening in Ireland from like foreign groups targeting Irish girls. I'm sure it could find loads of cases. I almost guaranteed, right? Why wouldn't it? But it's just we haven't had a scandal yet, or nothing. We haven't had a Rotherham yet. But yeah, some sort of scaldy town in Longford with a load of bookies, and all the young men have emigrated, and it's just a bunch of half alcoholics, half boomers, whatever. The demographics are totally off. Basically the hound isn't there to protect the sheep at all. You just have a bunch. It's like a weak town demographically, but you have a handful of teenage girls or whatever floating around there, and then the only men, like real men, so to speak, men, youngish men who aren't on the piss or falling out of a bookies or whatever, like are these highly tribed up, like certain groups of individuals around the town. Like if we had any, you know, if we had any kind of state, like we'd be guarding from these things, but no, the government will just bring in a bus full of 30 more of them the next day, you know. Anyway, on that uplifting note, thank you for the super chats. Thanks everybody in the chat participating. Anybody on X joining me. I know it's a bit of a very long one. Fucking hell, it's long. And there's a lot going on, and it's a lot sort of to like take in. And also I know it's sort of negative. It's not like positive. It's not another meme or slogan to kind of like all of us to rally around and celebrate or whatever. I hate that. I don't like it. I don't like that it's the case. But I think it's happening, and so anyway. But if anyone disagrees with me, or if it's not relevant, or if it's not going to be part of the discourse or sort of be spotted, then like not to like throw a tantrum, but it's kind of like I'll talk about it a bit, but you know, I won't just be banging the drum constantly. I'm not pointing the fingers at all these individuals, like some of the people, you know, mentioned. I'm not trying to, you know, I don't want it to be like what it's. I know I'd like if we were all just like doing our thing, and there was this. Basically, I'd like if this wasn't happening, and we're all just like saying, "Oh, another good demonstration in Ballydehob or whatever." That's great. Up the Irish, we're doing great. You know, or something. You know, I'd much rather that, but here we are. So anyway, with that said, I'll try to be back to you again at some point. Find something else to talk about, maybe. And yet, it's so hard to get away from. In a sense, don't want to always be the critic. Maybe next time I'll just come on and talk about immigration more or something like that. I don't know. I just don't know. Anyway, good night. God bless. Thanks for joining me, and I'll see you soon. Ihawa.